Good morning, we're live. So today, Gamestop will probably start pumping, and Bitcoin was dipping earlier today. We're going to go over some technical analysis, some charts, perhaps some trend lines, check some recent tweets. Stay update. So I'll be in the Discord. People should be able to hear me in the Discord, and it's appropriate as well. So you can hear the Discord very well. Alright, I have the streaming software set up. So if someone comes in, they can ask me a question. But this is GameStop. Markets are about to open right now. We have a green block on the market open candle. Right. We are in a bear market, but since we are so oversold, we can see some dips down on crypto as well. But we're starting to make a short-term reversal. Even though we're in a bear market, you can get some areas where price can go up. Let me throw this chart into the Discord for the green blocks as well. So I'm looking over here at XRP, it's still $1.39. Bitcoin is a little bit under 66K, but GameStop is looking pretty good. We have the morning candle open for GameStop over here. We're going to go over the technical analysis for GameStop is still very well too. If I zoom out over here, and let's just go to my GameStop chart. So if you look at GameStop on the weekly time frame, we had the green blocks for GameStop in 2024 April when it fell down towards the $12 and $16 range. Since those green blocks, we're up about 20%, maybe a little bit higher in some areas, and then 78% here. So from low to the high of a green block is probably about 27%. From the absolute highest green block until current price, we're up 40%. So we have plenty of opportunities to buy and sell GameStop before. And we have the 65 double bottom target for GameStop that we're also waiting on. This very short-term falling wedge target is still $35. So we have that $35 target as well for GameStop. So it was a good spot to accumulate when we streamed recently around $23. Still around $23, so you're not late. If you look above my head, those original green blocks when Roaring Kitty started buying his GameStop shares until those red blocks when people started closing their positions. Keep in mind we had a stock split, so the stock split did a 4-to-1. So if you want to see the highest price that ever went, you multiply this number 120 by 4. But we're just getting ready again. This falling wedge pattern is that technical indicator with the RSI showing that it could start exploding again. But you want to check social media. Welcome, Judy Wynn. So if we look at Roaring Kitty's tweet today, well, not Roaring Kitty. I didn't see him post anything today. Let me correct myself. I didn't see anything from Roaring Kitty. Let's check about the GameStop CEO, see what he's been saying lately. Let me go to the AI real quick. This actually fits the output as well. All right.
The Hollow Men. American capitalism is rotting from the head down. We have replaced the owner-operator, the risk-taker, with a new parasitic class of corporate bureaucrat, the risk-free insider. By insider, I am not referring to a specific title. I am referring to the entire administrative state that has captured the modern corporation. This includes the directors who exist solely to collect fees, the executives who exist solely to collect bonuses, and the managers who exist solely to hire consultants. These are the hollow men of the boardroom. They are masters of PowerPoint. They wear the right suits. They say the right buzzwords about governance and ESG. But they are mercenaries fighting a war with someone else's ammunition. In a functioning economy, authority is tied to liability. If you make a bad decision, you lose your own money. That fear of loss is the only thing that keeps a business honest. It forces you to cut waste, obsess over the customer, and stay late to fix what is broken. Today, we have severed that link. We have rigged the game so that heads, the insider wins. Tails, the shareholder loses. If the stock goes up, the insider collects a massive performance bonus. If the stock crashes due to their own incompetence, they are fired with a golden parachute worth tens of millions. They are gambling with the house's money, and they never leave the table poorer than they arrived. This looting starts in the boardroom. We have normalized a country club culture where directors are selected based on social profiling rather than their ability to build a business. The modern board member is often a professional tourist, paid an average of $350,000 a year. Let's be brutally honest about what that number represents. The average director is paid nearly 5 times the GDP per capita of the United States. They earn more for attending 4 quarterly lunches than the vast majority of Americans earn in 5 years of hard labor. And for what? Most of these directors are overboarded, sitting on 3 or 4 boards simultaneously. They treat directorships as a gig economy for the elite. They fly in, rubber stamp a compensation package they didn't read, and fly out. They collect checks from companies they do not understand, do not use, and certainly do not love. They are not there to ask hard questions. They are there to be collegial. They are there to protect the other insiders. And what happens when these boards hire executives who also have no personal capital at risk? We get the delegation economy. When a risk-free insider faces a crisis, bloated expenses, a broken supply chain, or a stale product, they do not roll up their sleeves. They hire a consultant. They pay a strategy firm millions of shareholder dollars to produce a 100-page deck telling them what they already know. This is not management. It is intellectual money laundering. They use shareholder capital to buy an insurance policy for their own careers. If the plan fails, they can blame the consultants. They delegate the work because they are terrified of the responsibility. They would rather preside over a slow, comfortable decline than risk a bold mistake. While American insiders are busy optimizing their severance packages, our global competitors are optimizing their products. They are not slowed down by bureaucracy. They are not waiting for a slide deck. They are outworking us. If we continue to fill our C-suites with administrators instead of operators, we will lose our edge. We will see iconic American franchises hollowed out by fees, managed for the benefit of the insiders, while the true owners, the shareholders, are left holding the bag. The time for polite governance is over. If we want to save the American economy from mediocrity, we must demand a return to the owner's mentality. We need leaders who treat shareholder capital with the same reverence they treat their own savings. The era of the risk-free insider must end. That hits harder when you hear it out loud.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was a post by Ryan Cohen today. He is the CEO of Gamestop. He has 472,000 people who follow him on Ets.com. I believe he owns over 9% of the shares of GameStop. And I think he's sounding the alarm for war. I think we are getting ready again for another GameStop short squeeze. You see, if you look at the stock price now, we're still under $24. Think about it this way. If we go to $100 for GameStop, because they did a 4-to-1 split before, $100 now is the same as when GameStop was at $400 before. So if we can go above $100, that's basically new all-time highs for GameStop. Because one share before is 4 shares now. 4 times 100, 400, easy. And we have been piling up. They have been piling up shorts again, getting very greedy. And if you just multiply the price by 4 now, 23 times 4, we're still around $92 per share. The shorts have been bleeding. They cannot get it down under $92 per share. Old shares. And I have to say that because you're going to look at my past streams and see a price above $300, be like, what happened? 300 down to 20. No. They did a 4-to-1 stock split. We're still very strong up here. And I think when you look at these charts and you see these major rips where it goes up 300% in a few days, we're going to get that again. We'll at least double top to the 65. And remember, 65 times 4 is like $260 before GameStop. Good morning, Etchgen. And good morning, Hill Avenue. How are you guys doing? Yep, these are some good times. GameStop will probably pump a lot more than crypto. I did deliver the green lots on time this morning. I waited till the very bottom and a little bit of rebound. I waited for that confirmation if you play back the stream a little bit. And we did dip a little bit lower. I don't get the absolute bottoms. I don't get the absolute tops. If you come here for that, I'm sorry to disappoint. I try to keep it as consistent as possible. But let's draw some trend lines over here. This is the 5-minute chart, although not a lot of volume over here for GameStop. If we look at GameStop up here, we don't have many points of data. We got like almost 3, not quite yet. I like 6 points of data at least. Dogecoin started breaking this local downtrend that we saw here. So if you see Dogecoin right here, this is what I was looking at this morning. When I drew that trend line for Doge in my head this morning, this is the point that I accessed it from the February 18th candle. And we were almost here, like these candles. I did 1 point right here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So right here I can see we start breaking this downtrend for Doge. And even though we're in a bear market, we have these liquidations that go back up to 10.3 cents. So when Dogecoin rips up to 10.3 cents, those shorts would be liquidated, and that could be about 5% move from current price. I'll throw that in the Discord as well. It's a very good morning for Doge. So remember, when GameStop pumped before, how good it was for Doge. When GameStop pumped before, it was really good. So we were here. We were here before Dogecoin ever hit 1 cent on the stream. We were here before GameStop hit the all-time high when it was running up. We remember. Which one do you guys like more? What do you like more, Doge or Bitcoin? Let's do a poll. We'll see how you guys feel. But like, breaking these trend lines Let's play around with play around the AI today. Play around the AI chart patterns today as well. Let's go back over here. You see, Dogecoin is only one of them, right? I find lately that I'm not here all the time, but when I come here, it's at very critical moments on the charts where we should be paying attention, where we should be studying. Do you guys know the probability of breaking the downtrend in crypto? let's let's ask the AI. I think throwing the AI on here a little bit would be fun. Hi, what's the probability of breaking the downtrend on crypto based off of the 15-minute chart?
Checking crypto charts right now? Give me a sec.
Already bad. Already bad. I just asked you a simple question. What is the probability of breaking downtrends traditionally in stocks and cryptos off of a 15-minute downtrend chart? We're going to pass on the AI today. I'm guessing there's too many people using the AI, so the brain power is lower. I have this issue at least 2 or 3 times a week where the AI just flatlines. So, just like from common sense, when we see the charts, if we're in a downtrend, traditionally there's an 80% chance we keep going down further. And then maybe there's a 15% chance that we hit another lower price. But then we get that 5% chance that we are going to break the downtrend. If you get that 5% chance about 20 times, you're getting closer and closer to breaking that downtrend. And that's why on the charts here, we're very low probability of breaking the downtrend right here. We were getting closer to breaking the downtrend right here, but we did not get to the line. We were about 3% away, had some consolidation 1% away. It tried to break the downtrend right here. It failed, and now we finally started breaking the downtrends. So, it does pay to realize at the point where you could be breaking the downtrend. And if you just take this, their downtrend line, let's use Doge for example. Give you a quick lesson. You just copy this line. You're going to make the angle 90 degrees from the bottom. If you can't do 90 degrees with your eyes, break out a ruler, put your thumb on your screen. This is roughly 90 degrees. It doesn't have to be exact. But if you notice here, if we put that 90 degree line, there's not really much room for the price to go back down lower. Maybe that draw down to about 0.5%. And what we saw here, after we did a green block, the lowest candle wick went right here after I did the green block. So from the area of potentially breaking the green block down to the bottom here, you want it about 1/3%. And that's what we have here. So we got closer to breaking that downtrend. That's why the price started exploding over here. Now those confirmation-based traders are waking up this morning and they're like, oh boy, I want to get in on this action. How late are they from the green block? Not even 1%. So they're not even 1%. Let's go to a crypto called Ethereum. If we look at Ethereum on the weekly chart, I have my green blocks here on a weekly for ETH at 1934. And our size oversold. Let me... Let me say that this is oversold. Our site is oversold for ETH on a weekly. My green block over here is at 1936. Last time we had a green block was at 1557 back in March 2025. So from the green block and oversold to overbought range was 211%. It's funny that these have a border. This doesn't have a border. And we can go back up to 3382 before overbought again. 3382 is like very conservative. I'll just do like right here. And yeah, we could go to 3382. It would not be that hard. So what I would be interested in doing, probably entering along on Ethereum. Right now it's at 1935, 1934, 1936 range. I think along on ETH makes sense. Right? I'm on Wheats. They offer 400 times on ETH longs. So I'm gonna enter a trade on Ethereum based off of this chart. I don't like to make you guys wait too long watching the stream before I enter a trade. So let's grab that ETH long. I'll pop it up in the Discord real quick. And then I'm a little bit negative when I first enter, which is fine. But I think this ETH trade is very easy. And ETH has a lot of liquidity compared to most cryptos. And a lot of cryptos rely on Ethereum liquidity. So my long is at 1934.24. So I'm long. And this is my weekly chart. Let's change this orange color to green. So this is what it looks like when I go long on ETH. And I'll put that screenshot of the chart with my entry as well. And this is a weekly chart. I think this is a very good time. Let me put this on the YouTube chart for the YouTube members as well. And thank you again, guys, for being YouTube members. I know you don't have to. Let me save this image as well. I might call this a swing trade. I would probably classify this one as a swing trade. I don't think I'll do the short-term take profit on this ETH trade. I don't think I'll get less than 1,000% for this trade. I'm using 400 times leverage. Trading on Wheats, by the way. What are my thoughts on BNB? I did a short on BNB the other day. I took profits on it, but I think I might re-enter again. Let's go back to the charts over here. We're doing very well from the green blocks this morning. So even though we're in a bear market, there are going to be times where we get so significantly oversold that the retail traders are very happy. Dogecoin was under 10 cents, still under 10 cents. Retail were happy buying it down here. We had XRP around $1.40. We have Gamestop, really good stock, in my opinion, for a crypto bear market. If you're looking for something, maybe look towards GameStop. When you look over here, I got a long on Ethereum today. I already have long on Doge. Probably should have dollar cost average, but we already ran so far. My ETH long already up 100%. I don't think I need to dollar cost average. Doge price right now is very close to my long entry price that I shared in Discord earlier. So I'm looking over here from the green blocks now with the RSI. We are getting into the overbought territory. We did switch the MACD from bearish to bullish. And all it took was market open, 1 5-minute candle, and then 20 minutes later, we're here. We're pushing. So cheers. When I close the Ethereum long, I'll probably post about it in the Discord. But looking over here, a lot of these trades are in a very tough area. So now that we got this up in the morning after the market opened, we broke the downtrends. Where do we go from here? Well, a reminder, this falling wedge target for Bitcoin's at $69,280. That would be over 4% move. Top of those liquidations are about 70K almost. So that's also something to consider. Dogecoin at 9.82 cents. So market opens and it comes up fast like this. You guys might notice Jerome Powell on the thumbnail, right? I put Jerome Powell in there because even though we're in a bear market, the money printer might turn back on again soon. Usually they turn on the money printer in the bear market, and then that's where we get the price increases. And then that's how you end the bear market, by flooding the market with cash. So for the poll right now, you guys are almost halfway divided. Do you like Bitcoin more or do you like Dogecoin more? Me personally, I would prefer Dogecoin over Bitcoin down here at these price levels. It's a lot easier for Dogecoin to double in price from 9 cents than it is for Bitcoin to double in price from around $66,000. It takes a lot less money for Dogecoin to double than it does for Bitcoin to double. You know, Jerome Powell, his term expires on May 15th, 2026. He only gets to do 2 more rate setting meetings. So on May 15th, we're probably going to start getting some giant green candles. So May 15th will probably end the bear market. Crypto moves fast. So it's going to be very good. Very good timing. All right. So let's not get too hype here, though, because March, April, May, we have 3 months. We have 3 months until the MAM session expires. So what I suggest you do, you want to utilize a volatility strategy between now and May 15th probably. And then you want to utilize a bull market run strategy starting around May 15th. You want to find the cryptos that you like the most, that are most oversold around May 15th, and you want to run with it. So you have 3 months of research. I'll be here sometimes to help you with that research, but we have until May 15th. You know Kevin Warsh. Kevin Warsh is the one who's nominated. And they're waiting for the Senate confirmation. But this approval will probably happen before May. It usually happens at least a month prior, minimum. And Walsh wants to have a policy easing. So what we're going to be looking at is an opportunity to get the dips between now and May 15th. And we'll probably, when we get the confirmation of Walsh, then crypto will probably pump even more. And the stock might do very well too. I'm building something right now in the background. But I'm still relatively bullish inside this bear market. So I asked the AI. I built a website for this real quick as well. I'll just share this with you guys. All right, so this is just going to be the basis of the strategy. And for that transition, we're looking at Jerome Powell. So when he's expired on May 15th, 2026, we're going to be looking for any news for Governor, the Fed, former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh. You want to set a script. So we can use AI to build a script to track this on social media, but you want to keep your eyes out on the news for this fellow. And Warsh is generally viewed as more inclined towards policy easing in 2026, citing productivity gains and advocating lower rates, though he has historical hawkish elements. Markets are pricing in rate cuts, accelerating post-transition, assuming smooth confirmation and solid economic growth. So the opportunities we could have here, the bullish case, smooth confirmation, dovish warning signs, lower yield, strong risk assets, equities, crypto, gold. So the bearish case, if we have confirmation delays or hawkish comments, like if the Senate doesn't approve, we might be more bearish. And we have a few months, so it's not set in stone yet. The overall basis, though, mildly dovish shift supported for risk-on assets, including Bitcoin. And if you look at this, the time horizon, February until June 2026, suggests position sizing 5 to 10% per leg. If you look at the fixed income right here, this is very good. Yields fall and post-May easing signals. So if you look at the Bitcoin long opportunity between now and the end of May, maybe check for when Bitcoin dips hard. So I don't like 80 to 85K. That's more sailor's zone. I would modify this value and make it like under 50,000. So we dip under 50,000, yes. But at the end of May, if we're at 80K, if that's the last dip at May, like if we go up between now and dip down to 80K, then yeah, maybe Bitcoin could go above 100,000, maybe towards 150,000, because there's going to be so much more cash pushed into the market. So recommendation from the AI, probably 20 to 30% cash. I think that's very fair. Always have dry powder for the dips. I think that's very fair assessment. And I like how the AI added a disclaimer. This is not financial advice. All trading risk involved. And it's so funny. It's a strategy for informational purposes only. So guys, you can use AI for I fed it some thoughts and made a website. I'm going to modify that website though, because I don't agree with that 80 to 85K. Sometimes the AI hallucinates, but the whole basis and the timing and that stuff, I verified it. It checks out. So hoping for another big dip between now and May. In short term, we can enjoy these pumps because that's where some money is to be made. I did go long on ETH earlier. You look at this Ethereum chart at 1934. I went long 400 times. Let me add the 400 times on there. I'm not encouraging you guys to go long 400 times. Obviously, it involves a really technical strategy. You got to get your liquidation price lower as well. But this is what I'm doing. Yeah, well, looking over here, this ETH trade looks like it could pile up very nicely. If it does anything similar to any of these R-size oversold before, and let me look at these green blocks level from before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We only had 10 weeks of green blocks out of 171 weeks. So let's do the math here. What's 10 divided by 171? Only about 5.8% of these candles, 5.8% of these candles were the best areas to buy. And my indicator picked that up. And if my indicator picked up the best areas to buy, then perhaps it will also pick the best areas to sell. So I'm curious. The highest price here to the highest price here, probably about 58%. And the highest price here to the highest price here, about 99%. I don't think the green block for the weekly came at 24.50 though. But we look at the current price. Green block to the current price is about 61%. This green block to current price is about 17%. And from the green block to the completely oversold zones, 235%. Green block to our side oversold, double top. So it would be an area like this. Would be right here. About 220%. And then let's do another one. Green block to our side, double top. This was not an our side double top really. But our side completely overbought was about 170%. So the reason this one went up 200 and this only 170 because this was a much lower price. And this price higher. So let's say from this top to this top is about 20%. and this top to this from here. So maybe like another, maybe even double top up here, 49.64. So from current price to 49.64, ETH could go up maybe 156%. Every 1% ETH goes up, though, I'm earning 400% because I'm 400 times leverage. So if we go up here, if we go up 150% times 400, I earn 60,000%. Hey, not bad. Divide that by 100, and that's 600 times my margin. Multiply that by 1,000. Not bad, not bad, not bad. I'm just looking at the charts here and appreciating the data that I'm given from TradingView. We have some really good data on these charts. Some people are going to wait for the retest. If we get this price spike here and retest, come back down to the trend line, that's when we're going to see some heavier entries. I don't like to retest because sometimes I'll be late, but I would let XRP retest. I would not enter XRP long unless it went down to like $1.20 or lower. Dogecoin, I'm familiar with Doge. I would enter long around here. I don't need to wait for the retest. Gamestop, they might wait for the retest. Bitcoin's still too high priced, so probably wait for the retest as that as well. So I'm not long on Bitcoin. I'm not long on XRP. I am long on Dogecoin. Where would that retest be? Man, this NVIDIA broadcast on my app to do the beta testing, now it crashes all the time. What a dilemma here. I'll have to disable all the beta features. But if you notice, SRP came down to the green block range first. It will probably drop lower. If I go long on SRP, I'll post it. And the Discord over here, if you look at share your current entries, my last entry, I did an ETH long. Let's I don't even know if you guys will be able to read it. So I went long on ETH at 1934. But the other day, I went long on Doge. Oh, I accidentally put this in the wrong channel. No, that's right channel. Where is my Dogecoin long? I don't see it. Oh, right here? No. I think I put my Dogecoin long in the wrong channel. And the last time I closed my trades, though, I did a BNB short, closed it for 174%. I'm looking up here. I did these trades recently as well. When I went long XRP at $1.20 and closed it at $1.40. When I released that video of taking profits, one of the comments I think it's the camera. I'm thinking I'm having issues with the camera and the voice. All right. How about this? I didn't have the issue. I didn't have the issue until I put my camera. So we'll just take off the NVIDIA camera. How about that? All right. I'm not going to have the audio crash again. Why would I enter along again at $1.40 if I took profits there? Doesn't make sense. But we may do the retest, right? We may do these retests and then bounce back up. I've seen that happen a lot of mornings, especially for crypto, something very volatile. Super Crispy says ETH is looking like straight trash today. Wow. Not very nice to say about ETH, but
per agent.
These cryptos that you see, you want to buy when they look like absolute trash, right? If we look over here at Gamestop, I mean my ETH chart right here also. Man, looking like this. It looks very good. This is what you want to see for an entry. You're going to be RSI oversold. You're going to have price under the moving average. I don't even know if I have the moving average on this chart. Let me make sure my moving average. So right here, we're under that moving average by at least 20% for 200 EMA. On the 50, we're down over 36%. So ideally, you sell up top, you buy down below. So up here, people will sell. And this is the Ethereum chart, right? And then where do you buy? Well, you buy when it's down below that 200 EMA. People like ETH down to here. What is this distance? If you measure this distance here under that 200 EMA, right here is about 35%. Let's measure here. Not all the way, but it could go down to 35%. It could go down a little bit lower. But we've seen areas where we could have bought ETH and sell it for major profits. So you're saying it looks like trash today. It looked like trash before when people did the same thing. They bought it and then they sold it when it looked really well. They sold it when people like Eric Trump were tweeting that it's going to go higher. So ETH still looks pretty good. From any of these green zones, people buy to the red, even at the very bottom. That's 180%. So ETH could do some major moves. I think Ryan Cohen is getting fed up with a lot of these corporations, and I think he's going to do another power move. You need to see a giant wick before you touch it. It's not a good way. So you look right here, we're not oversold yet. Again, halfway curving. But we are cooling down. And it was kind of expected. If you look at this line right here. It was kind of expected that we might get like a big V shape off that 90 degree. And it kind of was right here. Very came back down retest. If it can stay here retest, we'll probably go up higher for Doge today. We're in a bear market, but this bear market will get closer to ending as we get new confirmation of a Federal Reserve chair. So that's the major catalyst that we're waiting on right now. My GameStop weekly chart still looks very well. If we go over here to GameStop, this is what we see. Now, I know the weekly RSI is overbought. Price is still relatively high. You multiply by 4, that's still above $80. But we're in an area where the CEO has majority share. Didn't really dump the stocks that he bought. And could push it higher. He didn't dilute shareholders either. I remember the CEO of AMC, Aaron Adams, diluted shareholders like crazy. I'm very thankful that GameStop CEO did not do that. And I recognize he didn't dilute shareholders. And because of that, I trust him a lot more than the CEO of some of these other companies. If you look at the signs, if you look at Ryan Cohen's post on this, in January he is looking for an analyst worth talking to. And now he's actually posting all this anti-corporate stuff. I'm looking at the charts, and historically, some of his actions have given us some big candles. So when Ryan Cohen bought GameStop, right? He pushed the price up significantly. From the green block to his candle, his buys, price went up 1,200%. That's 120 times the stock price. And the retail started buying, and they squeezed the shorts another 300%. But from Ryan Cohen's first buys until now, well, not first buys, like to the end of those candles, from that momentum until now, we're only up 23%. So If we're only up 23%, is that bad? No, it's not bad. We're up 23% because the man did not sell. Thousands of retail traders were able to sell for profits up there. And they were able to sell for profits because Ryan Cohen did not sell. And that's why we're still up 20%. So that's why I like this area until this area. And I don't know about you guys, but if he keeps holding, I think it will drive retail sentiment to be bullish again. There's another person that asked to come out of the shadows and do another live stream. But once those dots are connected again, we'll probably see another squeeze on GameStop. From the red blocks to the green blocks, like even up here, 62 down to here, 16, that's a 70% drop. And if you look here, it was about 23% under that 200 EMA. 34%. This was probably the best. That was over 50% under that 200 EMA. This was the optimal best. This was the best 200 EMA entry. If you were looking for like the highest percentage under the 200 EMA, this was a better entry. And that's why we got the giant shock after that, over 400% in less than 49 days. Look for these charts, try to find stuff really hard under that 200 EMA, and you might get a good entry. You said maybe we get another gold and silver run? Possibly, yeah. Let's look at gold real quick. And gold is still over $5,000 per ounce. So let's try to change the color of this to make it like gold. This is close enough. I mean, if I bought gold and it was this color, obviously I would think it's fake, but you only get so many colors up here. So gold is still over $5,000 per ounce. Hmm. If I go over here, I had a gold chart before. I'm warning that gold will go over. I already got banned on Twitter and everything after this. They don't like it when people are talking about the gold's not really there in Fort Knox, apparently. But when the green blocks came in at $1,057 per ounce, this is that chart. And even when gold is at $2,397 per ounce, I was still warning, we're going to eventually go over $19,000 per ounce. We do not have enough gold for the industrial use that we are going to need. We don't have enough gold. We don't have enough fresh water. We don't have enough silver. If you want AI to be AGI, if you want full quantum computing at optimal performance, we don't have enough. We don't have enough. So if you could have got gold under $2,400 per ounce and you're right up here, probably keep riding because we'll probably go above 19,000 eventually. They're gonna need more gold. If you don't think they'll need more gold, maybe make a video of you guys going out and get gold and building your own quantum chip. I don't think many of you guys out there and my viewers can go mine your own gold and produce your own quantum chip for your own quantum computer. There's not going to be enough gold. The good thing about gold, you can use the liquid nitrogen. The bad thing about silver and these AI companies is they're going to need a lot of water, fresh water. And they're not even able to use closed loop systems on a lot of these AI machines, which is devastating to the environment. So unless they come up with a better way and start utilizing gold and thinking about better ways, cheaper ways, which will end up being cheaper to use gold in the future, they just don't have enough gold yet. So gold will go over $19,000 per ounce before they have all of the gold they need for quantum computing. Silver is doing very well too. It's necessary for the equipment. So we do have a head and shoulder forming on Gamestop. If it goes down another 2.5%, it would hit that target. We did do a full retest on Doge. We did a full retest on Doge. Bitcoin's still waiting almost there. And then SRP did a full retest and went down a little bit lower. So from what I see here, XRP is probably showing signs of weakness. If I see XRP performing worse than the market, I imagine Ripple Foundation selling. And I imagine they're selling because they know something that we don't know yet. Their analysts see something that we're missing. We're not as smart as their analyst. We don't have access to the same data as their analyst. That's why we're not as smart. That's why they're always able to sell at a better time than we are. But if you look here, we just got a double bottom for Doge. Double bottom, boom. Second green block. Bitcoin's a little bit higher. Bitcoin actually performing better than Doge up here. Not surprising, it moves a little bit slower. So this is our second green blocks of the morning. Second green blocks of the morning. GameStop isn't really moving a lot. From the top of that candle down to here, 1.68% in 6 hours. So this was that retest right here, guys. So let me add that to the chart over here. I want to make sure I get the... It's really hard to add it in because it's been so long. So this was Dogecoin hitting that retest. So Doge hit the retest. This is what we were kind of waiting for, Doge. Those confirmation-based traders, they wait for areas like this for that retest to hit. And then when that retest hit, you'll probably see a little bit more buy volumes in that zone. Good morning. Welcome. You said they need helium-3, which is only available on the moon for quantum? I mean, they have some stuff on Earth as well, where they're building diamonds and chips, specifically from hydrogen-based diamonds and nitrogen-based elements, to make them withstand temperatures over 2,000 degrees. I see GameStop waking up right now. I see GameStop waking up right now. I grew my own crystal, just playing around. I gotta do like a video reveal about that. I'll show you real quick. I grew my own blue crystal. You want to see the inside? I'm gonna do a video. It's still growing a little bit. I'm still like trying to perfect the outsides of it. But when it's finished growing, I'll do like a video reveal about it. GameStop is waking up. I think GameStop is in an area where it will push hard against Bitcoin here. But on the 5 minutes chart, we have green blots across the board still. We hit the retest. That retest is the area retail traders were waiting for. Confirmation-based traders were waiting for. Make sure none of the crystal goes in my drink. I'll use this one. But we got the second bounce of the morning. Right now around 10:35 a.m. GameStop is pushing. GameStop is pushing. How you guys feel about GameStop this morning? Feeling pretty good? I hope so. I hope you're feeling pretty good about GameStop. We're about to break $24 per share. We're about to break $24 per share. So, feels really good. Look at that. Look at that little bounce from the confirmation. So a lot of traders were waiting on this retest for that confirmation. And hitting that retest, very powerful. Now we probably can break up above 9.8 cents. This is that area that we were waiting on. Somebody just bought a lot of GameStop. The price was like teetering, and then it just pushed up. I don't really have any opinion about that, Super Crispy. I would have to research it a little bit more. Yeah, I definitely need to research it a little bit more. So I'm looking at GameStop over here, $24. I mean, if it goes back to $100, that's 4 times the money. 8,000 shares at $100 is $800,000. Just add that math right here. So if someone has 8,000 shares of GameStop and it goes to $100, they'll have over 800K. Very interesting. Very interesting to look at. But if you look over here, that's theoretical, right? Look over here. We got this nice double bottom for Bitcoin. It's pushed up about 0.6% from the green block. Dogecoin's up about 0.56% from that last green block. And GameStop is starting to run again. It's going to be a very good time. So we're still bouncing up from this last green block area. I think we're going to push up here. Dogecoin now double bottom back above 10 cents. 9.7 to 10 cents. Doesn't seem big, but 3%. 3% of $10,000 is $300. That's more than most people make in a day. So that 3% move would make a lot of people $300 that are trading today for those retail traders, and they'll probably take those profits. GameStop is trying to push today. GameStop definitely looks a lot better than Bitcoin, Doge, or XRP down here at these levels. XGen says, what your thought on the Zill entry here? Let's look at Zill, because I have a Zill long as well. I think Zill's not a bad entry. Not the worst. It's closer to the bottom side of this ascending wedge. Probably on this hourly chart. We'll see. So on this hourly chart, may not be a bad entry. Falling wedge target's at 00531. So our side was oversold at a price. So now what we're seeing here, we're seeing bullish divergence as well. Yeah, it's not the worst time for Zill. Not the worst entry for Zill. I'm seeing worse charts. This one looks alright. I mean, RSI a little bit lower, but that bullish divergence is why the RSI is higher, which isn't a problem. So from the second green block this morning, price bounced again, and now we're probably going to push up a little bit further. And the point of this was to try to stay in a trade if you were in a trade so that you didn't get scared out on the dip. There we go, $24 for GameStop. GameStop is pushing. 2403. $2403. Let's go. A lot of traders are going to wake up thinking, hey, why should I try to trade meme coins? Why not trade GameStop? A lot of traders that haven't been in GameStop for years. And now the time has come again. Ryan Cohen has delivered the war call. Are you going to answer the war call for Ryan Cohen this time? That's up to you. For me, I like it. I like GameStop. You're too soft for that, Super Crispy? Nah. So I'm gonna end this poll. Let's do another poll. I'm curious. Are you holding GameStop? I wonder what percentage of you guys are actually holding GameStop shares right now during this volatile time on crypto. We've seen Bitcoin go from 120K down to almost 50,000. What an interesting day. When GameStop starts outperforming the markets again, the eyeballs will flow back. Oh my god. Over 80% of you voted. You don't even have GameStop shares yet. Holy moly. This is bigger than I thought. People are earlier than I thought. Okay. Be right back in a few minutes. Yeah, if GameStop pulls the 200 moving average, you think it'll have a nice run? I mean, GameStop will have a nice run regardless of that. We've learned before when it comes to technical analysis in GameStop, sometimes the technical analysis doesn't even matter. I'm back. Bitcoin's up to about 66,325. Zilliqa is around 0.00394. GameStop's up here today instead of Ethereum because I think GameStop's going to start running again, so we have to keep an eye on GameStop. We want to be here during the GameStop short squeeze again. Yeah, looking at GameStop over here from the past day, it's up 3%, which is very good. There's a lot of stocks down for the past day, so being up 3% is very well. Mm. Super Crispy says, "How you feel about the tokenization of securities?" Nah, I think that's fine. I think tokenization of securities is fine, but the issue is they're only tokenizing the stocks. They're not tokenizing the warrants. They're not tokenizing the options. They're not tokenizing the futures. So it's going to be very, very big spread sometimes, which is something you can make money from. But there's going to be a time when it maybe isn't backed. They say it's tokenized, but it's not really backed. I would like it better if all of the stock was tokenized. But they can't do that. If I was like Brian Cohen holding 9% of a corporation, GameStop or more, I'm not going to give them my shares to tokenize it. And if they try to sell the shares and say that it's tokenized, I would not guarantee it. Right? So tokenizing stocks comes at a big risk. First, you have to have the shares to tokenize them. Otherwise, you're selling people something that doesn't exist. Right? It's a tough one. I'm not trading any tokenized shares right now. Why I need to trade tokenized shares when my broker, I'm going to get the shares there. I don't like I don't like when these companies come in and try to tokenize real world assets. When it comes to silver and gold, buy the physical silver and gold. You don't need to buy tokenized silver and gold. Maybe the tokenized is easier to sell, but it's not as secure. Maybe it's not always backed. Maybe they lie to you. Maybe they don't have gold in their vaults. Maybe they don't have silver in their vaults. Maybe these companies selling you tokenized stocks, they don't really have the stocks or the authority to even broker the stocks. And then your money disappears. Yeah, for the rest of the world. But what are they actually buying? GameStop is trying to push today, though, I'll tell you that. Boy, it would suck to not have any GameStop if it squeezed again. Woohoo! Ho ho! Imagine seeing GameStop squeeze before. Another opportunity arises and you miss it. Bitcoin's still above 66,000, barely. Dogecoin actually dipped under that retest area that we saw earlier. Perhaps a lot of the crypto money is flowing out to hold up GameStop before the short squeeze. It is something to consider. I wonder what happens to the tokenized stocks when the stock market is halted. Good morning, everyone. It's almost lunchtime here, America. About 1 hour away from that candle. Our side is still not all the way oversold. MACD is losing a little bit of that bullish momentum for Bitcoin and turning bearish early this morning. We notice here, Dogecoin did that retest. We do have some of these liquidations down below, 9.3 cents. SRP has those liquidations down to $1.33. I wouldn't buy it if there was. If you're in America, you don't even have to worry about that. If we go back out to the GameStop chart, and you look at the GameStop on the weekly, you're going to see there's been some areas where it looked really good and areas where it looks really bad. GameStop was a failing company, but the people who shorted it failed to realize that they shorted it down so much that the assets GameStop owned was worth more than the market cap of the stock, and people started finding it and buying it based off of just that theory alone. And then from those buys, they started uncovering that there was massive shorts in GameStop. Historically, these companies would try to short the stocks down until they bankrupt to try to hide that fact, but with the internet and the spread of the internet, people learned a lot faster. When you see the price like this, and we zoom in here, this is an area where we are coming under the 200 EMA soon. We're barely above it for a GameStop on the weekly chart, but just looking at these candles, it could also get ready to explode again. Usually, technically, this is very bearish and stock dumps. We've seen that happen. But for this, yeah, maybe it'll dump 50, 60%, but the upside is still very high if the shorts start getting squeezed out. Bitcoin, still waiting for a better entry for Bitcoin. I told you guys earlier, if you missed it, around May 15th, we might get a new federal chair for the Federal Reserve, and that could be bullish for Bitcoin. But until then, we got some major dips in the bear market. Yeah, GameStop bust above $50 again. That would be great. But remember, 4-to-1 split. So when we had that 4-to-1 split on GameStop before, our current price is like $95 before it's super crispy. So that's something you have to consider. A lot of people forget that we had that split for GameStop, and they're thinking the price here is low compared to before. It's still pretty high price. And you can see that with the RSI. Edwin says, Tame, how high do you see Doge on the weekly? So when we zoom out like Dogecoin here, and we put it on the weekly time frame, on the weekly time frame, so many drawings. On the weekly time frame for Dogecoin, we're just getting those green blocks again on the weekly. This has been our third week of getting those green blocks. And even the bear flag for Dogecoin is waiting for under a penny, which is crazy. The double bottom target's 91 cents for Doge. That's a little bit more likely. So from our last red blocks around the 40 cents range till down here, Dogecoin dropped about 77% in around 400 days. So this is what I see on that weekly chart on our side like this. This looks really good. Our third weekly candle for Dogecoin right here. So I'll add this back to the chart. Took a screenshot, work on that for the Discord. But just looking here on that weekly chart for Doge, it probably will start finding a way back up. So this is a weekly chart for Doge. And that weekly chart, RSI is oversold. I'm making that weekly chart real quick for the Discord. So our size oversold, losing. We have the green blocks coming in too. So we have that dogecoin chart. I'll grab that in the chart channel for the weekly. You guys may like this. Retails may come in and start buying based off of the weekly charts when they zoom out. I think Elon Musk said he's going to send a literal dogecoin on the moon. So that's something to look forward to. So we got the wick down. We're performing again for Bitcoin. Bitcoin's still holding here. We actually hit a lower low for Doge on that green block, by the way. So getting that lower low on Doge. So we had a green block pumped up about 1.3% and green block pumped up about 0.76%. This green block probably will go at least 0.5% minimum back to that retest line. But if this green block's at recovery, at least 1% back to 972. So I'll draw that line right here. So let me get my tool. Yeah, I think at least 9.72 is realistic for this green block on Doge. 9.72 cents from here. I'm not doing too many red blocks because that weekly RSI is already so oversold for Doge that there's going to be people that take profits on Doge and then they won't be able to enter again at a cheaper price. So that's what we're looking at now. Yeah, we can see Dogecoin recover up to 9.75 here. Then we can start mapping out how much it will go up. We don't know the exact price it will go up to, but 10 cents on that weekly, we have so much room. We can go back up to 30 cents range without problem for Doge. It doesn't take too much capital to get Dogecoin from 10 cents up to 30 cents. So, yeah, we started pushing out. We hit 967. We're going to make it up to 9.72 for Doge, and it's going. It's going. We're bouncing pretty well off these green blocks. I won't be able to be here for long with you guys, but if you're holding Doge on a weekly, I think the thesis today probably keep holding that Dogecoin. I didn't know my parabolic SAR was green over here. But yeah, I'll probably stream later today, but my message to you is very simple. GameStop will probably squeeze the shorts out again. There's the guy that says, oh, that's so funny. Jim Cramer tweeted that these cryptos are getting slaughtered today. Oh, it's so funny. I hate to be that guy, but inverse Cramer. Hate to be that guy, but inverse Kramer. Bouncing again from that third green block over here, and Bitcoin held better than Doge, held better than XRP. So I think the markets are leaning more optimistic towards Bitcoin here. GameStop is pushing today. GameStop is going. Let's go. The Jim Cramer tweet is so funny. Ah. If crypto pumps today from this tweet, it's gonna be hilarious. It's comedy. Comedy. There we go. There we go. Push it. Look at Dogecoin. So I drew the line where I was predicting that recover. And look at this. We're almost there. Almost to that recovery point. Once we get there, we can start shaking bacon. Watching this price increase. Yeah. Let's go. Is going there. We only have to go up about 0.5% more, and we're at that short-term target from this green block. If we go back up to that 200 EMA line, that's 1.27% for Doge. All right, let me look at. Oh my God, you guys aren't holding GameStop, are you? Jesus Christ! I didn't expect like so little votes. Well, 73% of you guys are not holding GameStop. Why? Tell me why you're not holding GameStop right now. Did you not learn anything from 2019 to 2022? Tell me why you're not holding GameStop. I'm very curious. This poll is this is probably my most concerned poll that I've done. UF said he just added more Dogecoin to his wallet. Nice. You know, Michael Berry's been talking about GameStop a lot lately too, but he's also doing the Palantir short. Come on, Doge. Make up there. 972. So I can go enjoy the lunch. Because how can over 70% of you guys not be holding any GameStop right now? No, Cohen didn't sell his GameStop shares. Cohen didn't sell the shares and he didn't dilute the shares. That's why the stock price is still doing very well. Remember that 4-to-1 split price is still very high right now. I don't think I will use Robinhood as a bank. There's so many better options. I don't see any bearish arguments for GameStop right now, but a large majority aren't holding GameStop. It's very weird. Let's see if we're following the trend a little bit here for Doge. The green block go up, 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 down, 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 and then up, 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 up. We're almost on the candle going up. Let's wait here. It's 11:30 a.m. We have about 5 minutes left in the current candle. See how far this can go up. If we can meet that target for Doge. If you missed it this morning, I did enter a trade. I entered a trade on Ethereum. Let me show you that chart real quick. I went long on ETH at 1934. This is that weekly chart on ETH. I feel like this was a good area to go long. When I zoom out on the weekly, it gives me confidence that I need to enter this trade. And it gives me the confidence that I need to hold this trade. I do realize the risk that it could drop down, double bottom down, could lose 50%. But the upside is higher than 50%. The upside is 60, 70, 80, 100. So I feel like the upside is higher than the downside for ETH right here. Yeah, the RSI oversold as well for ETH. I think it looks okay. All right, Dogecoin is on the money right now. It's pushing through. It's performing that recovery to that target that we had here, 972. We're right on the candle. precisely on the candle. And notice I said dip down and then go up. So it went up, dip down, this candle dipped down, now we're going up. Perfect, perfect. I like it. I like what I see here on the charts. I don't think anybody else could have done that precisely any bit better than I did right there. Nobody did. Look. Look right there. The candle actually went all the way through, boom, hit the target. Come on. Come on. The candle's right there. You might not see it, but look. Let's look at that. The candle went straight through. Perfect target. Hit. Right? Right as it played out. You see that? You couldn't ask for better. Alright, let's make it. Let's take off that transparency for you guys. But I had to make it transparent because some of you guys didn't realize the candle was actually already up here. It's nice how that works out, yeah? So now that that filled exactly like I thought it was going to do, exactly on the rise up, dip down, then rise up, exactly on the candle, I can say we're probably going to go back up now. I think I know what their algorithm is doing. I think we're going to go back up now on Doge. Masterful. Man, and do you know what that did for us today, right here? What did that do? It gave us a very long green candle, almost 1%. And this candle here is over 2.8 million volume already. The next 5-minute candle will probably be a flat green bottom candle, which should be bullish. Oh, there we go. Ha. Ah, right on the words. I know where this is going. Well, guys, that's what we wanted to see, that flat green bottom. That's usually flat green bottom indicates very bullish. That's what we wanted to see here today. Well, guys, it's been fun. I'm gonna hop off here and I'm gonna go lunch. I'm gonna end the stream, wrap up the stream. You guys have a good day trading. Oh, give us the God candles! Let's play some historical audio from GameStop squeeze before.
I may have stayed up too late last night doing historical trading data and trying to make money.
Love it.
GME is breaking my heart. What can I say? It's gonna get dark.
Dude, I'm sitting here watching it and I'm just like, man, come on.
I'm not watching it. I'm just leaving it. I can't.
I mean,
Discount prices.
I'm not touching it, but I mean,
I know it's still exactly. It's like
Dude, after what I had to do in order to get my little come up to get my money squared away, I'm ready to go back in. Like I was waiting for the sub 50.
you think it's actually going to go to 27?
Is that what your crystal ball said?
I honestly hope so. At this point, I need it to.
No, I know it's gonna go down.
My
There was an
crystal ball says
article-
27. I'm not
There's
giving
an
financial advice. This is just a crystal ball.
7:30. It's that.
Well, that crystal ball seems to know a whole lot.
There's an article that came out while I was reading this morning that said it believed actually that it might remain as a $52 stock.
That's what I'm saying. I got my average down now to like $90. I'm good for the long term, for the perfect storm, whichever.
I think anybody that got down under 100. Oh God.
People are still buying. They are
There's
buying
no,
it.
there's
but
no
getting
way
under-
this team is not gonna make
Wait,
a company.
Wait,
There's
wait,
just
wait,
no
wait,
way
wait,
this-
wait, wait. Reliance. Look at Reliance. It's going to go back down to $5 range soon.
Nice.
Yeah, that's
For
what I'm
them.
waiting for.
I don't think I'm buying it.
You're not going to buy the stock cheaper than the IPO price?
I should. I thought we said that they're like, I don't know. Aren't
Just
they
their
being
investor
shady?
relations page isn't working, but maybe they don't have anything
One
to
thing-
show investors yet.
And
I
they
don't think
just
it was an IPO.
they
I
just
think
got
it was some type of buyback or reverse split.
Oh. Actually, I think somebody did say that in the chat, in the YouTube chat, that it was a reverse. Let me look this up.
Reverse
So
splits
what
are
I'm
to
seeing
scare me.
on
Guys, there's two
People-
different Reliance. Somebody got confused. There's Reliance Global Group,
Yeah.
and then there's regular Reliance. Don't get confused on that.
Yeah, Reliance Global Group did. It's today. This was the public offering of 1.8 million. It's RELI and it's also RELIW. On mine, it comes up as RELI. Reliance. I mean, it did dip down to 525.
Same. I'm down to 964 right now.
I hate it when that happens.
I'm gonna try to get one share of RELI.
What the hell is going on, dude? 630, 872, 635.
I'm not
Check
sure
the
what date it
NVI.
is.
Is that
What
just
you
a
guys are
huge,
looking
is
at?
that just a huge bid ask spread? Like, what the fuck?
I'm
It's
still
still
seeing
620.
it.
It's
Listening to our
620.
Yeah.
chat.
It's 608, 620. It's down there. 609.
Yo, you're watching this at 10 ticks. I could tell because you were saying it in real time as I was watching it.
Yeah, there are more people. I'm looking at the real-time buys.
That thing is tripping balls.
It's a hedge fund.
Yeah,
making money quick for
there's
GameStop,
got to
though.
be okay. So probably what they did is they halted it to make the bid ask price like the difference.
All right, guys.
I just got it for $6.
Somebody-
so that works.
Nice.
Those of you in Canada, what brokerage firm do you use? Somebody on YouTube is asking.
TD, direct investment account.
And I use Questrade.
So,
Questrade's great because as opposed to Wealthsimple Trade, they don't charge me to like if you use Wealthsimple and you want to buy an American stock, it exchanges the money to pay for that share, but then it can't hold US dollars in that account, so it has to change it back, and every time it does that, it charges you a fee. And then on top of that, if I buy US stocks using Questrade, any of the dividends on a US stock, if it's in my RRSP, doesn't get charged the 15% withholding tax.
Charge you a fee for it to go from Canadian dollar to American conversion?
Yeah, Wealthsimple will
That's a
charge you a
little-
conversion fee every time you buy and sell something because of the it doesn't hold it only holds US Wealthsimple only holds Canadian dollars.
what the
So
fuck?
Pretty sure mine
yeah,
is
it's
American and Canadian,
stupid.
so,
It's
yeah,
actually
a little-
broken, so I would just
because it's
advise
backwards, because
no one to
it's the
ever
other
buy a
way around.
US stock on Wealthsimple Trade.
It should be the other way around because the Canadian dollar is cheaper, right? So they're actually making money off the conversion, if anything. Especially if they're gonna be
No.
like Robinhood and play with the buy rates if you don't limit buy, right? That's why you should always limit buy.
Yeah.
No, Slick Man, we don't know what that is. That never happened, but yet it did. We're not understanding what happened there.
Well, with people buying stocks and then Robinhood and you getting it for the low, but given to them at the high.
No, the GME supposedly spiking to 320.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
I mean, if that truly happened, I've had a limit in to sell one of my shares at around $220 for days now. So, that should have triggered.
I think GME might start moving up.
No, once the news comes out at 4 p.m., it's gonna go down.
but then after hours is when we see the real.
I'm
gangsters
talking
come out to play.
about right between now and then.
No, I think the moving average tomorrow will be lower than today. But that's okay, because then everybody can average down.
To me, it's just like common sense. If they shorted more shares than were actually available, it's only gonna take like one or two big guys to hold and like literally like 5 people to hold if that's the case. And either way, it costs them money. But we'll find out today.
No, but yeah, I don't know, man. There's honestly there's so many different numbers out there, and nobody knows, man. Honestly, all of that stuff was based on estimations from like their previous.
It was based on their previous report, right? Whenever it came out, January.
Yeah, but
whatever, so
then somebody was explaining that something about simulated longs. That's what the term. That's the term they used, and they said that was like that number, like that over 100% was that number was came out of like an old metric, like an old form of like an old formula, and so like because it's literally impossible to have more shares than actually exist. He said that you need to do a certain formula that involves taking out the simulated longs. I don't know what that means, but it could just be a crock.
They trade between each other, right? So like they can still take shares from another brokerage and use them instead of going through the actual clearinghouse. I don't know, it's for sure. That's what I heard they're doing now. They're just trading between each other because there still is brokerages or whatever with old Gamestop. So instead of they'll just go to them and they'll do long options on them to try to draw this out. Is from what I hear.
Doesn't that just mean that they're completely bypassing the DTCC?
I guess so, because they're able to. Like they can call up another hedge
Well,
fund.
then what's the point of the DTCC then? Exactly. I just don't know this. Like I don't understand how this shit works, but it seems pretty broken to me.
Yep. Oh well. Hold forever. Hope that Chewy guys does something with the company.
Yeah, it's broken for you, but it's working as intended for them.
It's that hold or die mentality.
Half these guys are 1 foot in the grave anyways.
I mean, I'm holding GME to pass down to my grandkids, so it can do what it wants.
But this is the funny thing. It's like they have so much money. It's like they expect for people to take their losses, but it's like they don't understand. Like, what's a couple grand? What's $4 grand? Like, it's like I can't even buy a house like for a 3-year salary. Like, it's gonna take me like 7-year salary to buy a house. Like,
You know, okay, so I'm not want to bring this conversation back up, but this is just like that percentages we talked about yesterday. And for us, $1,000 on average is pretty much 25 to 30% of what somebody's monthly income is. And if you spent that, your month is ruined. But for them, a couple $1 million worth of money that they've accumulated and that they still have sitting in other places is not a big deal. Like they can sit there and then eat up that couple million or $1 billion worth of finances. But for us, they don't need that money to go get them a meal. And whereas we need $1,000 to go get a meal. And for them, it's just like, you'll die before I will because I have money. This isn't my.
At the same time, though, it is that percentage thing because $1,000 to us is probably like who knows. I don't know what their interest rate is on this. If they're still paying for a short position, but it's not small numbers. It's like ridiculously interest rate they would actually pay on that.
But but also it's not their money. This is our money.
No, they have their bank, exactly. They have their banks. They're playing with other people's money 100%. But eventually, hopefully, it will be their money. It's like, yeah, okay, now we got to put up our money or else this is the end of us. It's like, eventually, hopefully, if this is happening, that's what it leads to, right? Hopefully, anyone that got into this, too, they did it, out of their, well, obviously not, but hopefully they did it out of their portfolio and not just, like, go and take everything they have and dump it in there.
Yeah, well, I mean, looking forward to the future, hoping that this is going to, ruin them. They're banking on it ruining us first. That's what they're depending on.
Yeah, because
I mean, they're banking on doing it, but you look at like GameStop, it's still hovering at $50. It's like $51. It's not dropping below that.
I have a
Something is
business.
up with Reliance, though. Like I've checked, I've been researching it for like the past 10 minutes, and every credible site, Yahoo, uh, every broker I use, I've checked, and their data goes all the way back to 2015. Like they've been trading since 2015, and I don't know if the
You're
only
talking
thing
about
I can
Reliance
think of,
Global,
yeah,
the family-owned. Maybe, you know, we were saying sometimes that happens when they do an IPO, you still get the data from back there, but they weren't trading.
yeah,
Even as a private company, I'm pretty sure you still have to keep the data on your company because all the smart money in the States, most of it don't even deal with the stock market. They deal with private companies and buy percentages of private companies. Like Uber was a private company beforehand, so they probably have data way before their IPO and kind of thing, from if I had to guess.
Is this stock B Square? You guys should look that up. It looks really good. The charts look amazing right now.
B square, like B as in boy.
Yeah.
have there been any more talks about Roadblock's IPO?
This is the
Most
first
of the
time
Roblox,
hearing of it.
well, most of the Roblox IPO information is still backdated from like November, stating or early last year, stating they were coming out with one, you know, in third, fourth quarter. But there's been no talk on it that I've been able to see. Most of it that I look up is all 2020 information.
Webull had it listed as going.
Cat, you're gonna make me cry. You keep cutting yourself off.
Damn push to talk. It was listed as 118 actually, as the IPO date, and then they removed it.
What do you guys think of Blink Charging Company? Think it's a little bit high right now, or good time to buy? Thing was $1.25 52 weeks ago or whatever. Like, oh my gosh. Anybody who
all
got into
the
the stock market this
all
year was
this
buying stocks in the $1 to $5 range. You hit Neil, you hit Blink, there's a bunch of them. It's ridiculous
plug
the amount of
power.
money you made. Anybody not sticking money in the stock market back in March to June, you totally missed out. Completely.
I know anybody sitting on Oregoni right now is loving it because I got in
Organigram?
late. Yes. Oh
Yeah,
my
buddy.
God. I got in late on it and I'm still up about 20%.
You didn't get late. You didn't get late, buddy. Think of it this way: I was sitting on that stock for 5 years. I was buying it at $5.50 to $7 range like 5 years ago. You did not get late. Pandemic kind of helped you. You got low, very low. That's the major weed company on the east coast of Canada. So, and the thing of how it's laid out too is you have Tilray on the west coast, you have Afaria in Ontario, and they kind of control from the west to central Canada, and then they kind of have no foothold past Quebec because Quebec is Hexacore, which is a huge company, and then past Quebec is all pretty much Organigram, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, which the population isn't booming out there, but there's still a lot of weed smokers out there. Like that's all they do. That's all there is to do.
Yeah,
So you got low. You got low.
I snagged a couple of shares of that MJ this morning on the dip. It's up like almost 11% now.
Nice.
Yeah, it's because all the other ones are. There's Organigram in there. There's Hexo. There's Tilray in there. There's Afaria. So like, if you're trying to get all of them and just whatever, that's honestly not a bad buy. I was pretty impressed with that. I just don't like ETFs because it's just a small percentage of the companies, right? It's not the actual, like, you're just buying a piece of the company, you're just buying a small percent of
But
the
see, an
actual
ETF
company.
is a benefit for people who don't have, like, I guess, the available funds and don't want to take the risk of dumping too much into one company, whereas you can actually invest a lot into a lot in a smaller portion to different companies, and that way, if one doesn't do that great, you can bank on the other one at least.
Oh yeah,
Leverage.
like right now, like I wouldn't even buy Square again. I'd be buying that ETF to get back in on Square. Like that'd be my only play, really. I think the millennial ETF. I think there's a small percentage of Square in there,
Yeah.
Apple and Disney. That'd be my
I
play
couldn't
back
find
into
that
Square.
millennial ETF.
MILN and MJ, ARK-K, and QCLN. I jumped in on all four of those, and the only one, QCLN's actually on a discount this morning.
I couldn't find that millennial ETF. Is that listed on Robinhood?
Yes, it is.
Ticker, my fair lady. Ticker, please.
I'm looking it up.
I sold Square at 220 and it friggin' jumped up to 240 on me. I was like, oh my gosh. The
Oh,
GME
maybe I'm
better work
wrong.
out.
Maybe that was on Webull that I was looking at it. Let me just double check. Oh no, it's on here. It's Milne. So Mary, India, Lima, November.
GME is gonna break below 50.
WPRT, Westport Fuels is settling at 12.21 now.
$49.99 on sale, people.
I bought Westport at 12.20.
Who's on sale?
GME's on sale.
A couple years ago, I was buying when I was only sticking $100 here and there in stocks. I stuck $100 into Aurora, one of the other companies, and they consolidated their stocks so much that now each one of my stocks is worth. I only have 2 stocks, and they're each worth $142 when the share price is sitting at $20. It's so pissed at that. I gotta put more money into it to bring that down. But that's what buying 1 or 2 stocks here and there does. It gets consolidated, and then each one's worth like $140. It's like, yeah, wow, okay.
Does anybody think top ships will go back up to $1 trillion?
No way.
It's
They've
booming
done
right
like 10. They've done 10 reverse splits. Like no way. I think the last one it was 25 shares equaled 1. So no.
Screw dogecoin right now. I'm friggin' buying Trip. That's it. That's my dogecoin.
It's Dogecoin.
Doji. Nah, Trip.
I think we should really start to irritate everybody else and call it the Wajay coin.
The Wajay coin.
Yeah, like they don't know, people don't shop at Target no more. They go to Tajay. We're gonna call it the Wajay coin.
Get all
Yeah,
fancy
you
with
guys
Target.
have-
Target. I go to Target. You mean Target? It's like, no, Target, Mofo.
I remember
They
yesterday.
do that here in South Carolina, and it drives me nuts.
Dude, has anybody seen the video where the lady's cooking? It's a lady. She's, I don't want to call her British, but she's European, and she has this accent, and she says, "Oh, and then when we do this, and then we stick it in the microwave," and I'm like, the microwave.
Whoa, I do not know.
If you're from the south down here and you guys have Bojangles, a lot of people call it Bohongles.
Hey, that is Bohondalas. You respect Bohondalas.
Honestly, like up here, like the most one thing that like sticks, I guess, is McDonald's. Everyone calls McDicks. Going McDicks? Yeah,
What?
go McDicks. Yeah.
Dude, somebody told me the other day we were talking about
Canada.
somebody told me about
Ontario
how
specifically.
I've heard that.
Does anyone call Jack in a Box Jack in the Crack?
Oh yeah, that's some LA shit.
Yeah.
I know when I was listening to some people talking about coffee, they were talking about how bad. What is that chain up there? That like with Tim Hortons? They talking about how bad
Timmy's.
Tim Hortons is, and but like McDonald's coffee is so great now.
Timmy's
They
is
talking about how
McDonald's
good
coffee is 100 times better than Tim Hortons now. And Tim
Dude, and I'm
Hortons
gonna tell you like
is
this.
so trash. Like
How
it's
about
like
Timmy's is better than Dunkin' though.
Calm down.
Calm
No,
down,
oh my
sir.
God. What? No, dude. Dunkin' is. I'm sorry. I'm a sugar
What?
king, so I gotta have my
Hey,
sugar.
guys. Nothing is better than the 90s. Okay? That was when everything was good. Everything today is bought and sold to each other. McDonald's coffee is old Tim Hortons coffee. Fuck all of that shit. Tim Hortons
Okay,
doesn't suck.
I'm gonna drop some
think about it.
coffee knowledge right now.
I was about to
Think
drop
about it.
true,
McDonald's
though.
coffee.
Coffee.
McDonald's bought Tim Hortons old coffee because it was good. They gave him a lot of
Yeah,
money.
but it's gross as shit because they water it down like to nothing.
I know.
So
Anyway.
in the Bay Area, we have Pete's, and I don't know if
1990s.
any of you have heard about Pete's Coffee?
Yeah,
but
we have
the
pizza in
original.
Nebraska.
So the original Pete's was in Berkeley, and Mr. Pete was from Holland. And if you look back,
Mr. Pete.
Netherlands and Holland had a they colonized Indonesia, where a lot of coffee grew. So when he came to America, he found the coffee to be just trash. So he opened up a shop and started importing coffee from the best coffee growing places in the world. Now, Howard Schultz came in and tasted the coffee, loved it, and wanted to take Mr. Pete's and expand. Now, if you know who Howard Schultz is, he became the CEO of Starbucks. And that's because Mr. Pete said to him, hey, I believe in quality, and he did not believe that if he expanded that it would be able to maintain the quality coffee that he was producing in his Berkeley shop. But he said, I'll teach you the business. And that's how we got Starbucks.
Did you know that Howard Schultz's son, Brian Schultz, he actually did a press conference last Tuesday and said, drink our coffee, hold GME.
What? That's a good segue.
I actually listened to Kevin O'Leary. He specifically said
You got
that's the one
sauce
thing
on
he
that?
doesn't,
Where's the link?
He specifically says that's the one thing he doesn't go to is like coffee shops. He doesn't buy coffee because that's like a big expense that you actually don't realize you're spending. And I believe it too. I used to buy so much Timmy's, and like this past year, I actually cut it out of my budget. Said screw it, probably saved
Same here, man.
so far.
Dude, if
I
it wasn't
buy
for
coffee, bro. I'm in a
If
rush.
you're a
The only
smoker
paying for the
and drink
convenience.
coffee, if you're a
Oh.
smoker and drink coffee, you could put yourself in a different tax bracket if you just quit both. I'm dead serious.
That's actually.
I
See,
literally
if I
did
could
that,
quit
and
both,
it's
I
a
wouldn't
lot more
smoke.
money.
I saved close probably between $400 to $500 a month by quitting smoking.
Yep, I quit smoking. I was at a pack a day. I saved easily, and I was buying expensive stuff too. Benson Hedges, it's
I
like
buy the
$20 a
American
pack
Spirit,
here.
son.
20
Yep,
bucks a
American
pack here.
Spirit Light Blue.
I don't do either. No coffee.
But yeah,
no.
so I would save myself like easily like $140 a week. So like that's crazy money throughout the year.
Wait, wait. $140 a week on smoking, and you were
Yeah,
one
man.
pack a day?
It was no, sorry, hold on, 20, 40, 60, 80, $100 a week. I'll say my bad, because it's $20 a pack here for cigarettes. The ones I like.
Yeah, I'm playing. I've actually spent the gas to go buy cigarettes across state lines just because it's cheaper. Like that was the best thing for me doing Uber. When I would get
Oh
a
yeah,
trip
we have
come up,
the
like,
we have the
where
reserve
I'm
up
in
here. We can
Virginia.
get $20 a big pack of cigarettes, but they're so trash. But you can get like huge like big bags of smokes for $20, but they're trash.
Hey, man. Oneida's Canadian Goose are actually a lot better now. And if you can get Canadian Goose, they're like 25. They're like 30 a carton.
Yeah, I don't smoke anyways. I throw a little cigar tobacco on my joint. That's about it.
Yeah, splits are where it's at.
Hey,
You ever
morning.
get those, anybody ever get those Marlboro bucks? Remember the Marlboro bucks back in the day?
Whose mic is making that static noise? It's a little crackle pop.
I don't know. I just, instead of quitting, just figured out how to get it way cheaper. I got my costs down to $15 a carton is about the most I pay now.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's smart too. 'Cause honestly,
Throw
like
my
they
own.
got ridiculous with cigarettes in Canada. Like I remember when you could buy a pack of Next for $5.50 20-pack when they first came out, and now that same pack is like $13-14. It's like, whoa, bud, come on now.
Well, it's
Does anybody
interesting.
roll their own?
It's interesting that we're talking about that because like that's been my only qualm about like the alternative growth scene is because like even here in the South, like you can't really smoke anywhere, and they're getting to the point where you can't really almost vape anywhere. And like, is that going to change if they recreationally in the Southeast make, you know, like make marijuana legal? Because I'm like, you can't smoke or vape anywhere anyway.
Well,
So
it's interesting. You look at TAT, which is they're trying to take over the tobacco game with hemp cigarettes, and it's like, I don't know. Like, are they actually going to be successful? Especially with your point, like it's the same here in Ontario. They don't enforce the bylaws though, but there is bylaws in place where you're not allowed to smoke in parks with cigarettes or whatever. You're not allowed to smoke like outside malls anymore. Like there is laws in place, but they're never enforced. So I
well, they're
don't know.
enforced here. Like if you get if you're smoking anything within 25 feet of like a business entrance,
Yeah,
you'll get
California's
it.
crazy.
You'll get a ticket, and I'm like I have accidentally done it, and like the cop was actually really nice, luckily, and he was like, hey, he's like, do you want a ticket? And I was like, what? And he was like, look behind you. I was like, oh shit, my bad.
Well, how serious are they then with like smoking with kids in your car? Well, they'll pull you over right away, eh? Ticket in
I mean,
hand.
I don't have kids, but I would suspect probably, yeah. I mean, I live in a small town where they'll pretty much pull you for anything, but
You can be stopped as long as if you have children in your car. I think it's under 16 in some. Oh crap! Damn mute button. Yeah, they'll ticket you if you have children under 16 in your car. But I mean, I still feel like some people smoke, some people don't smoke, and if I don't want to smell it, I don't. Or I want to smoke, but I don't want to smell it. Like I'm a smoker, and it irritates me when I smell cigarette smoke, and I hate the smell of it. But if I go outside to smoke, I try to make sure I smoke in a place that is away from people, so I won't smoke directly at an entrance. And I feel like
exactly.
I honestly feel like it doesn't matter what the regulation is. That's a dick move. That's something you want to do. You choose to do it in a place where other people don't want to do it.
Yeah,
That's one of the reasons why I quit the first time. I was in a movie theater and I smelt myself after having a cigarette for like it was like a few months before I in between cigarettes. I was smelling my breath, smelling my hands. I was like, what the fuck? This is raunchy.
I will tell you one thing that I did learn though, for me personally, is Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper knocks us. For anybody that smokes, if you hate the smell of cigarette smoke and you happen to smell your breath, just drink Dr. Pepper. It knocks the smell of cigarettes off your breath.
So what you're saying is hold GME, right?
Diamond hands.
And drink Dr. Pepper.
Hold Dr. Pepper with them diamond hands, my beautiful.
You don't drink Dr. Pepper then.
Speaking of which,
you.
I woke up not too long ago. Is there a report at all yet that we were waiting on?
No, I think it's 4 p.m. Eastern time.
I mean, we're got a pretty decent discount right now on GME, and it's like coming out of the dip. So
the only report that was released was somebody needs to make sure they buy the dips, and then there was another report that said hold GME. I think that was the only two that I saw.
I would recommend anybody who's really headstrong about GME right now to watch that video I posted in general, from the 13-minute and 18-second part and on.
I think they took video? It too low. I think they took it too low, is what I'm thinking. I think this is going to backfire on them a little bit. Because who's not going to buy GME stock at like $48 or something? I mean, it's just like
it's going to go down further, man.
It might, but I don't know. I think they're taking it too far, personally.
I know it's actually different, but with the VW chart, how it took about a month from the start of the initial spike for it to drop below the average.
Yeah,
I feel like that's kind of
real quick about the VW squeeze. The difference between the VW squeeze and this one is the VW squeeze happened because Porsche had all those shares. It was one company, so they were able to.
True.
Yeah, Porsche and the German government.
They just held this. You're saying that today it's different because it's a bunch of people holding smaller amounts, right? So it's very like we would have to be a collective and just all be like, yes, we're all holding. Don't worry.
Why was the short position wasn't exactly the same from VW to GameStop? GameStop has to be a lot more, no?
Yeah, VW is only
Nobody's stupid.
30%.
Nobody's stupid enough to short VW 100%. That would be ridiculous.
And I know it's like the retail investors versus Citadel, but does anyone like just think other hedge funds that are in opposition to Citadel are just waiting for it to drop low enough to buy in? Because if like one hedge fund was just like, all right, fuck it, let's throw some money down.
I mean, if
that's
they
like
smell
game
money,
over.
they usually take it. So like,
And that would, I feel like if they did it to that extent to Citadel, like that
Citadel
would
would
take
have to
them
be
out.
offering serious kickbacks in order for help, like
Yeah.
kickbacks for like some World War II treaty shit kind of thing. Like, okay, treaty time, you know, we're gonna friggin' pay restitution to you for helping us. Like that kind of deal, like ridiculous stuff.
So for anyone who just got here, or the people in the YouTube chat or anything, if you've been interested in Doge, not advice, but it's a real good time to look at that chart and possibly buy.
Oh yeah, Doge has been making me some money on the side.
What he meant to say was his advice was do your due diligence after you look at the chart and make your own decision.
Yep.
Yep.
Jimmy back over 49.
Guys, we can all agree that when the price goes up and they buy back in, it will keep going up as long as nobody sells, right? But if people are trying to break even and sell off, it's not going to go shooting up. The reason the VW squeeze went shooting up is because Porsche owned all those, like the majority of the shares. So there wasn't enough people to sell as it was going up for it to affect it. That's the big difference. Is like the problem we're having right now is because all the shares are so spread out, and there's so many people out there who have no faith, right? And we're not all communicating like hold. It just like the more people that sell off, it just falls apart.
Yeah, is Ryan Cohen, is he not allowed to make a move as far as his ownership position during all of this? Because that's something I was like, if I was him, I've already invested this much, might as well like throw more money in.
For sure. I mean, averaging down is probably the better way to go right now, but you know, don't expect there to be like a, if anything, it's the price is gonna like go up gradually over a long period of time.
GameStop just announced they got the 5 and Xbox bundles today.
There's going to be so many people that get impatient that it's not going up high enough, and then they end up selling their stocks when it breaks even. You know what I mean?
Oh, 100%. Have you guys seen that stock ARKW? And not like a promotion. I just saw it. I watched or read some stuff about it yesterday.
All of ARK Invest, man. ARKK, ARKW, ARKF, ARKQ. All great buys.
The woman, she's a genius.
My talk is that Tametheark that's talking.
Her team's amazing, and they're holding some serious powerhouse companies. Yeah, I'm a fucking rookie. Teach me the ways.
Yeah, Kathy Wood, man, she's tough.
Or do.
Do you think she's a cool chick? Would you spend the day with her? Maybe just an afternoon lunch.
5 minutes is enough with her, I bet, bro.
Maybe she doesn't want no 5-minute man.
No, I'm talking him, not me. Sorry, that was rude.
My mother.
It is updated every 5 minutes. It's just not updated for us every 5 minutes. Sounds like a conspiracy theory, but
No,
sorry,
the, whoever's
they all talk
closer
to
to the
each other.
server always has faster time. So the hedge funds always have like I think it's 2 seconds on you when it comes to trading. 2 second better ticker times, 2 second better transactions, 2 second like everything.
We're not privy to this information. We're not cool enough.
Well, heck, I mean, if you have what is it, $1,000 or yeah, what is it, 10,000 for a year for a Bloomberg terminal?
Did you guys see how like Fintel's percentages cut in half compared to what were posted on Friday?
Yeah, somebody mentioned that. I saw on Reddit that they're not like he had screenshots from like the week prior or like 2 weeks prior, and like things just were not making sense.
Yeah, they so that, like they were at 55% and then they were magically at like 30%. Negative. Mine's an all-in-one.
Also, speaking about food that tasted good before companies sold out, does anyone remember the old McDonald's apple pies before they got all gross?
I remember the Burger King ones. I don't know if they're still the same.
Burger King ones are good too.
I remember them. They were the
Those-
bomb.
oh.
They were so good.
Hey,
Dude, I
Tim,
miss those.
Can you confirm that this link I posted in general is a legit way to find out the short interest reporting on GME through FINRA? Yeah, like it's not giving any info.
No, sorry, I think my mic's push to talk thing's being weird.
It's crackling. Snap crackle.
Snap crackle hold GME? Question mark.
Let's see them diamond
South
hands.
Dakota will have to wait a bit longer for legal weed. Voter said yes to legal weed, but the judge threw it out.
What?
Dang, that sucks.
What
That's
is up with these judges?
Five over
Telling
there.
you, they haven't figured out legalization. It's just all about the higher government. They need to figure out how they get a stranglehold on imports
How
and
did-
exports. I'm
How
telling
did
you,
the
that's all
people
it is.
vote yes? The people vote yes, and
I
then
thought
it's
everybody
ridiculous.
wanted a great future. What the hell?
I think that they're going to always vote no on it because of the fact that the finances just don't add up. I feel like maybe locking people up and the money that they will receive is greater than what it would be for the taxes that they can apply
yeah.
on marijuana.
But the people voted yes.
There's a lot of people in prison from the like 80s to like, well, I
The
guess he
war
leaned up
on
on it from my
drugs.
here.
Yeah,
But
the
like
war
just
on
from
drugs.
marijuana. Like there was a guy from BC who was just selling seeds, which was completely legal at the time, like 20 years ago. But he went over the American border, and they treated it like a terrorist. They had him locked up. Canadian government was trying to get him back.
I
Disgusting.
can't remember his name right now. But
Yeah, I can't remember it either, but it was a huge deal. Yeah, it was a huge deal.
Horrible.
You know, it's so easy to donate money to get a judge like voted out. Like they could always replace that judge. You can always replace politicians who go against the public voting. If there's enough
But
public
aren't
sentiment.
aren't some of these like judges appointed? They're appointees and they're like lifetime appointees.
That's better. Your local judges are elected, okay?
Yeah.
Circuit
Mark
court
Emery,
judges
that
are
was it.
appointed. It depends on
Right.
what
So
you're
here's
talking about.
her
Circuit court
decision. It
judges are
says
local elected.
it says the decision appears to be based on technicalities. Judge Christina Klinger, a NOAM appointee, wrote that the implementation of the amendment would have far-reaching effects on the basic nature of South Dakota's governmental system, and that pro-legalization activists failed to submit amendment through the proper constitutional process.
That to me just sounds like we haven't found a way to make enough money off of it yet.
Look what they did to Nebraska. They wouldn't even let it be on the ballot.
She's a circuit judge.
Hey, can I jump topic real quick onto a stock question?
Sure.
We've been talking about EVs, right? Talking about electric and alternative fuels. This is not my assessment. It's actually from a Charles Payne newsletter I got. He was talking about the price of oil, and his speculation was the price of oil is going to have to go up in order to motivate the public to adopt alternative energy sources, electric in general. His speculation is that oil is going to go up in the next year in order to fuel, no pun intended, the need for a different source of energy. What's your take on that?
Well, I will say one little thing about that. The price of cigarettes in Washington, D.C. went from $7 a pack to $11 a pack. When I went to the store the other day, they were sold out and didn't have any. So people will still have a demand for it, although they will be pushed and motivated into a different direction. But if those options are not easily and financially and readily available to them, they will continue to hold on to, I have to have oil.
The States is the worst country to look at for EVs because there is a lot of people against it, and I'm pretty sure they were the ones that back out of the climate deal too. So the best countries to look at for like what's going on with EVs would probably be like France and some of the European countries over the States, because it is probably going to take a while for that concept to get into people's mind with EVs, but it's going to be with a younger generation in the United States.
The other thing we have to consider is also that COVID has literally changed how everybody does business. And so the people that normally would travel to work may not actually travel to work anymore. That's why we saw such a
Very
dip.
valid point.
Like it's
Might
just
need to go store.
it might not, like, literally I've worked from home, or like just I haven't gone anywhere. I've saved so much money on gas because I don't go anywhere. And so I'm finding that a lot of my other friends who were able to work remotely, it sounds like a lot of their businesses are going to be moving to permanently just staying remotely because it's more cost effective for businesses when they don't have to pay for a brick and mortar. They just have to pay for their employees' salaries and have them.
We've
gone
well,
full
the
remote.
principle of what I was asking, the principle of the question was actually what I was trying to get to. The principle of the question is, wouldn't it make sense, or would it be a ridiculous proposition that it would make more sense that it would be an easier sell in any country that electric vehicles would be adopted if gas was, say, instead of $2 a gallon, it was $22 a gallon? And on the contrast of that, if gas were a nickel a gallon, it would be a much harder sell for EV.
Yes.
Gas were super cheap. I'm talking about the principle of it.
I
That's what
see
his
your
point
point.
was.
Yes.
Because in order for EV to be more readily be more, if that's who they want to take to prom, right? And that's who you want. That's the one. That's who you're going to go dance with. Well, it's going to be much more likely to pick this person to head out the door with you if gas is $50 a gallon. Like, I got to get an electric car. I can't afford gas. But if gas is super, super cheap, that's a hard sell for electric. That's the point.
Agree. It's not just the gas thing either. I think it also, again, to fall back onto the COVID thing. I mean, like me personally, I was doing 24 to 27,000 miles a year. I barely put 5,000 miles on my vehicle in the last 14 months.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
do
like,
40K.
that's
I do 40K
like,
a year plus on my car.
I mean, for me,
I wouldn't put one of my cars in storage because I just don't need it.
There's still the market for people that actually love to drive, the rally racing or whatever it may be, or even just going and shoot this shit at nighttime in those, car meetups and stuff too. So there still is a market for gas no matter what, in my eyes as well. Like it is a while before
Oh, yeah,
there's gonna
for
be that
sure.
huge, like someone used the phrase yesterday, stopgap. There's still that huge stopgap between EV actually takes over gas. Right now, like the EV's not quite there yet. Like it's not. I don't even think it's close.
It's not even close.
not even
Yeah, no,
close, yeah,
literally, it's not.
The only
So
the only way that I could see
So regulations is going
EVs
to push EV. Nothing but regulations through government. That's what's going to push EV.
right.
It's
So
like getting rid of the headphone jack on your phone way before Bluetooth is ready.
Right. But the other thing to consider too is what the government, if the government gives credits for going to EV or switching or giving them a discount on the
Canada
EV.
I don't
was.
trust the government for shit though.
I'm
Canada
saying
was.
that,
They stopped. I don't know if they're gonna start again.
but
They're
I think
giving
that
huge incentives.
that might be what we see because at the same time, our gas has been cheap because we've been able to have a lot of people that are fracking.
Yeah, you should see
So
Canada's gas. It's like
Well, I
twice as
mean, we
much
are
as
pretty
yours.
much energy kings, but
I think
that's not going to last.
if they do reduce the cost of gas, though, by reducing the cost of gas, damn, I lost my train of thought that fast.
It would what?
Your
It
time.
would actually keep people on the gas. You don't think they'd actually care for the
Well, I'm sorry.
environment?
Well, no, I mean, if they reduce the price of gas, if they reduce the price of vehicles, because right now you really don't have that many broad options, as far as EVs. If they allow, like everybody's saying, if they give car makers better incentives to make, electric vehicles, and they provide, rebates for owners, it's for owning a vehicle. Like I know that I think in Virginia, you don't have to pay like a registration fee or something like that if you decide to buy an EV, versus if you buy a regular combustion engine, you're forced to pay like the 2-3.
And back in 08 and 2012 and 09. And it just got me thinking, these guys have probably been overproducing cars, gasoline cars specifically, for a very long time just to keep jobs afloat. Not because people are buying them. And that's initially why I thought, like, if they go EV, it's easy fix to get, to start up more jobs and get the economy going again. But it's a band-aid more than
For me right now in the situation that I'm in, it would be a lot better for me to buy an EV, only because I have a home, and you got to look at how many people own homes, how many people are renting, how many people have are living with somebody. So it's like, I could be still living at my mother-in-law's house. It's her house. If I go buy an electric vehicle, now I got to do some modifications in her house so that I can charge my vehicle. And
Do you
when
guys
you look
have an
at long,
over-influx of gas cars in the States? Or
well, I don't mean like a modification, but in order to be able to charge my vehicle at home, and for her, it would take me a little bit because she lives in the city. So in order for me to park my car, I'd have to park on the street. I'd have to be parking right in front of the house. And, and a lot of people don't have that luxury of parking directly in front of their house to charge their vehicles.
Yeah, but
you guys
it's also
notice that
pretty
too? Like a lot of
mainstream where
cars on
there's
your guys'
chargers
car
super
lots
close.
and stuff?
Dude,
Like, don't get
there's
sold?
We
cars
don't have any
everywhere.
cars.
No?
Like we went and looked, and like the lots are empty. I thought it was really weird.
I have found that a lot of people, like especially like in terms of like the people that my friends and stuff, like they actually bought more cars this year because they had not only extra income because a lot of them were like single, but they were getting such good deals on a car. I actually
There
got
were insane deals, like
I
interest rate, everything was
yeah,
nuts.
like
Trying to
personally,
get rid of their inventory kind of thing, eh?
yeah, well, or just like they were also aware that people like just aren't really working a ton, and they were probably just trying to get stuff moving out the lot because I got a newer car, so I got a Ford Flex,
How
and
much?
it was 13,000.
And what year?
It's a 2016, and it comes with like powertrain, lifetime warranty.
It's a pretty good price. That's a
Yeah.
steal of a deal.
Yeah, exact. That's why I'm saying I was like,
So that's
that was a hell of a deal for me to get because, like, great car for my fucking road trips. Sorry for swearing, and for my band, but like, there was an incentive to buy
which
cars.
isn't
But what?
always good. Usually, when big dogs have incentives, it means they're not making money and they need to get rid of it to make money. So
For me,
Yeah.
driving it, I think for a lot of people right now, nobody's really doing a lot of road traveling. But one of the only downsides I see to electric vehicles is charge time. Whereas I can fill up my vehicle in 2 minutes and be back on the road for another
that's why I
500
mentioned
miles.
what was it, Plug or something this morning, or Blink. And if you are betting on EVs, and Blink would be like the next generation gas stations, I guess. So
So with charging, because I drive my electric car, yes, it does take a little bit longer to charge, but as long as you're doing it correctly, where you're going down to like 10% and then charging to 80, it takes about the same amount of time of getting gas by the time you go in to the gas station, use the restroom, let the kids stretch, grab some food, come back. Like half the time we end up charging longer than we expected just because we're not ready to go.
Yeah, see, when I road trip, I YOLO. I tell everybody, y'all got until this pump turns off to finish.
And who knows? Technology might get better. Someone was talking about solar panels, so they could add like solar reserves to the battery. There's still a ton they can do with EVs. Like
I'm with
solar
you there, by the
reserves,
way,
the
on the road
battery would be
trips.
huge.
It's YOLO. We're going. I'm with you there. It's like I'm filling this tank and we're on the way.
But I mean, realistically, right now the charging times are a little bit longer than is ideal. But I can charge my Bolt in less than a half hour and make it to the next one.
I mean, the charging time is still like somebody said just a second ago. That would be like removing the headphone jack before Bluetooth is ready. You know, we're in that point where we have not perfected Bluetooth. People still get disconnects, but a lot of phones are losing the headphone jack. And it's like this technology is not perfected, but we know it will get better. So it's kind of, it makes sense and it's logical to jump on board
I mean,
now.
Neo's new battery goes. It's not going to be available till 2022, but Neo's new battery goes 620 miles in a single on one single charge. You're going to drive more than 620 miles in a day.
Well, and Neo also has the battery swap, which I don't know how sustainable that's going to be, just because I think charging times are going to be fast enough that people aren't going to want to mess with a battery and potentially get a bad battery when they swap it out.
So what? And so they're saying an alternative to letting it wait and letting it charge is just swap out your battery quick, and then you're probably paying like just a small like monthly lease on the battery kind of thing. So
Yep,
it's like
and they're
come in,
doing it in
swap it
China
out.
right now. Yep, so it takes about the same as filling up a gas because you take your old battery and swap it for a new one. But
I think an ideal.
because charging
It's
is
not.
getting so much faster that it's not really going to be worth potentially getting a battery that is bad.
The company itself might not be there with charging yet though, and they might be trying to take stranglehold on that market for themselves as well. So the battery swap is most likely just temporary until they get that tech on the right side kind of thing as well. Which it is a good temporary thing. Whatever, you just go and get a
Yeah,
new
like right
battery, and
now,
then they just
it is the
tweak with the old one,
fastest.
charge it themselves. Or
But I just don't think like they're doing it in China right now, but how we have our insurance set up and warranty issues, I just don't think that battery swapping is going to work all that well in the United States.
I know I said the other day, I
well,
know on
I
the
should say
Prius,
that China has way more people.
on the old Priuses, you have to swap all, I think it's 16 batteries at one time. You cannot just replace one cell. All 16 have to be swapped out at once. So with that old style technology, it would not work with battery swapping now. Now, if you were able to say that you have an independent cell, let's say you ran 16 batteries and you had one independent cell in there that could be used to get you to, I guess, your next charging station, then that would be a nice technology that would be out here. I can pull up to a gas station, swap out a battery, and get me to the next charging station. That would be ideal.
No, they like swap out the entire 70 kilowatt battery. It's like external battery that you remove the entire bottom and then replace it with a brand new one. I'll find a video of it.
And that's for like warranty purposes, or is that just?
No, I'm saying warranty purposes, like in the United States, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback on that. In insurance, like what happens if you wreck your car and you've
That's why
been
Tesla
leasing that
wants
battery?
to. That's why Tesla wants control of all that because they don't want to. They don't want insurance companies to. Firstly, they don't want insurance companies to inspect their cars because they don't want them to actually learn how their cars work. And number two, they obviously want the money from the insurance or whatever, and they just find it more like organized almost just to keep all that stuff in house, and that way they can just pump if they need to. They can pump a new car out to their customer, especially if it's their fault, and it's just much easier for them rather than go through the insurance company, have to wait days. That's why Tesla wants everything in house. They want to make sure they have everything down to the brass tacks of things.
But to adopt that kind of system on a broad scale, you basically everyone would have to have identical batteries.
I honestly don't see a problem with that. I would love to have an iPhone and walk into a Samsung store to swap out my battery if I'm having trouble.
Oh, I 100% agree, but I think how our market is set up and how people want to control and make things different, that the manufacturers are the ones that aren't going to want to do that. So then you're going to have like 17 different types of stations, and you can only go to the one that your car will work for.
Either that.
That is, unless you modularize your battery, like the
Yeah.
whole battery cell that you could just like literally drive up, drop out, plug it, drop a new one in that's been charged, tested, and everything's good to go, and
Well, if you
plop it
think
in
about it,
and
even
put it on
for
I mean,
charge.
that's what Tesla came up with, right? Tesla was you drive up and then they're just gonna
even
take out the
for
old
cell
battery.
phones when they first came out, there was adapters for different countries. From my understanding, every country has a different style plug than what actually we're accustomed to, right? So there, like, if you like first bought the BlackBerry when it first came out, let's say there was like the BlackBerry World, there's different adapters you could actually use if you're traveling around different countries, and
Yeah.
you could switch out your phone and stuff. So adapters is a thing too if the plugs are going to be different.
It's true. There are adapters.
Yeah, and like right now though, like how Tesla, if you can charge at 350 kilowatts, going from 10 to 80 is almost the same as waiting to get your gas tank filled. And I guess I should maybe explain this because I didn't know it when I started driving my EV. So if you charge from 60 to 100, it takes just as long, or even 80 to 100 takes just as long from 10% to 80%.
I mean, it's safe to say we can agree that the technology is there, the ability is there, but like everybody keeps saying, it's the pushback from manufacturers who are saying, I don't want to use your technology. We want to do our own thing because if I use yours, I got to pay you for it.
Yeah,
All
and I know
competition.
a lot of pushback on the EV market is they don't understand how it charges. They don't understand how regenerative braking works. They don't understand how long batteries last. They just don't. People don't understand it.
If you want to explain it to them, all you need to say is that mofo goes twice as fast. Well, not twice as fast, but it has twice as much horsepower.
Oh my God, the torque is instant.
Yeah, the horsepower is per wheel. It's not like rear wheel drive. No, every wheel has its own motor. Like the horsepower is great, I hear.
If anyone in here has never drove an all-electric car, go test drive one. A Tesla, a Bolt, just go drive it because it's completely different experience. And it's people just don't know and they don't want to go into something new.
My first time I drove it in New York City. It was fun. It was my friend's car. And he was like, "You want to drive it?" I was like, "Yes." It was ridiculous taking it
The
on like the
traction, I
west
can only
side.
imagine.
I took it on the west side highway and it was just like, he's like, floor it. And I did, and it was just ridiculous. So much fun to drive.
I actually test drove a Tesla this weekend because like I love my Bolt. So I'm like, we need to upgrade to a Tesla. I actually don't think that the Tesla was worth the extra $30,000 for my Bolt. Like my Bolt does the same thing. It's just not quite
Yeah,
as
I'd wait on the
fancy.
Tesla because he has plans to bringing it down to like 30,000 or something ridiculous. Once he amps up production, that's his plan with amping up production is to bring the price down. So I'd definitely wait on a Tesla.
And my one pedal driving on the Bolt was so much better than on the Tesla. And like
Yeah, isn't it like the
that's
Model 2?
part I can't go back to.
I think it was like the Model 2 that's supposed to be coming in at $29,900.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I was hearing big news about that. So definitely wait on a Tesla if you're gonna buy one.
The other kind of difference between how people like drive, typically you get better gas mileage on highway speeds in an ICE car than in town. And it's the complete opposite for an electric car. You get way better mileage in town than you do on the highway.
I just don't see there being any benefits to keeping a combustion engine vehicle right now. I mean, like if you have if you can charge it at home, which saves you time of I got to go down the street to go charge it. If you're doing a lot of city driving, like my wife right now, with the fact that I take her to work and drive her car, take her to work, pick her up. I mean, I probably put maybe 10 to 15 miles on her car a day. I mean, you're talking getting 300 miles, 400 miles out off a single charge. You know, the battery would last us a month.
I don't know if you guys remember, but 10 years ago, there was that guy on YouTube who showed step for step. It was like 10 years ago, maybe a bit more. He showed step for step how to transition your car from using gas to water. And then yeah, he was not heard of ever again.
So
I'm not even lying either. I'm not even lying. I seen the video like 10 years. Like it's all like dirty like glass water tanks, but it was working. Like he had to change the water out every now and then, but like his car was working off water. Like
So it cost me $22 based on
Isn't it
my
like
current.
hydrolysis or something like that?
I don't remember. This was years ago.
I had a friend who said his diesel truck ran on water for like years. He said he put like cups of water in there, barely anything, ran his diesel forever.
Probably that dirty.
Hold on, you said you spent $22 for what?
$22 is the cost to go 1,000 miles in my car. And that's with my electricity rate at home, which is like 11 cents a kilowatt. But we were dropping like $300 because we had a F-150. We were spending $300 a month in gas, and now I've dropped that down to $22. And just that saving, plus like I never have to make sure my gas is filled in the morning or have to stop at the gas station before or after work. Like that saves me a huge amount of time.
I think the
I never
biggest
have
thing
to get
why
oil changes. Like
the best
I
thing
don't have
about
to change my
electric vehicles.
brakes.
I was gonna say the best thing about electric vehicles is when you start to run out of gas. Not even start to run out of gas. When you say I'm going home, then it's like, oh, I gotta go to the gas station tomorrow. No, I gotta go to the gas station when I go home, and that is the most ideal thing. Like that is a time saver in itself.
That cuts
I've
down on
saved
traffic
so
in
much
itself.
time. All the time I've
Well,
saved.
Dude, I spend 20. I know I do food delivery, but on an average, when I was doing Uber, I would spend about maybe 22 to maybe 20 to $23, depending on where gas was, every 2 days. So I would go through about $100 on an average. If it's really busy, I would go through about $100 a week. So I was spending $400 a month, and I got a 1.5 liter engine, 1.6, I think.
yeah, but
And that's not even including oil changes. Like you got to calculate oil changes in there too.
no, I hear
All
you.
the smart people do their own oil changes.
I definitely. So my wife and
Amen.
I, we test drove a Model X, and it was pretty cool. I liked it. She liked it. Um, the one thing that nobody has mentioned that I actually thought was just like I had no idea about was actually like super cool is the Model X has this feature, and I don't know if other models have it, but I know the model that we test drove had it, but it has like this it's not like just air conditioning where it makes it colder. Like it's an air purification system. Like
Yeah, I heard about that.
you could drive into an area that had like bad air, and it literally can. I can't remember for how long it said it
Like
could do it,
riding with
but
your
like
air conditioning on when you ride past a sewer plant and you smell it.
no, I'm not talking about just smells. I'm talking about like dangerous.
Like nuclear shit. Like you're
Well, I
driving
don't know
past.
about nuclear, but I'm talking like no, I'm not talking
Oh.
about nuclear, but I'm talking like hazardous, it has an air purification system, which I had no idea.
Like a
But
dehumidifier.
the thing is that I mean, I think even with the deal they were giving us at the time, I think it was still like 79,000 ish. And I was just like, oh, I mean, it was just like a kick in the teeth. I mean, and honestly, like we have really great credit, but I know friends of mine, they're not like they made a couple mistakes here and there, but they're not just like completely delinquent on all kinds of stuff, and they would never get approved. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that people think it's out of their reach.
Yeah, that's why that's why we went with the Bolt is because I couldn't afford a Tesla.
Well, the thing is, you have to
Only?
realize. Okay, so like here, yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. My house payment is $600 a month. So you're talking about having a car that's almost twice my house payment. Like here in the Southeast, I paid $1.73 for gas yesterday. That's what like. So there's got to be a lot of
Wait,
things
when
that
you say
change.
$1.73, are you complaining or are you praising it?
No, I'm praising it. That's what I'm saying. Like the cost of living in the Southeast is ridiculous down here. Like I tell all my friends, like I got friends that are in San Francisco, and like they find out how much I pay for stuff, and they're like, "What?"
It's expensive here.
Like they freak out. I mean,
But the cost of
I
living
go to
down
the
there
Bay
is
Area
cheap.
a lot. Like actually, well, before COVID, I did, and you know, I see prices, you know, everywhere else, and I'm like, man, I'm not leaving the Southeast.
But the cost of living down there correlates with what pay is. The same way when we left DC.
Well, it
She was
depends.
averaging.
If you work for a company that's
Yeah.
based down here, then yes. But if you work for a company that's not based down here, they don't know.
Right. So when we left
Work from
DC,
home,
she was
yeah.
in the medical field. When we left DC, she was, I'll just say for sake of argument, she was at $30 an hour. When we came out here to Baltimore, because of the cost of living, it was like, we'll give you $20 an hour. And it was just like, no, like you want me to do more work for less pay? You know, and it's a struggle right now. So your friends that are in San Francisco, they would love to come out there and pay $600 a month and $1.70 for gas. You know,
Seriously.
but for them to come out there doing what they do, if they find a job in that same market in that area, that's, you know, like you said, it's a company that is based out of that area, they're going to end up losing everything. So if they're spending, let's just say for sake of argument, half of their income on their mortgage or on their rent, and they're paying $10,000, when they come there, they're still going to be paying half of their mortgage on their rent, but they're only going to be making $1,000. And they'll feel the effect of it, like, I'm not making as much. Yeah, but you're not paying as much. You're still paying the same percentage out of your pocket. You're just paying less.
And also San Francisco has requirement that you get free medical. So if you work for, I think it's most large companies, that they're required to provide you insurance at no cost to you.
So I'm prior service
There's
military.
half my paycheck right there.
And
yeah, I mean, it doesn't count if you have a family and stuff. Like I was paying like $400 a month because, you know, covering my daughter and, you know, the family under the plan. But if it's just you solo, like single person, it's free.
The other thing, so how we justified paying more for a electric vehicle is the amount of money I'm saving in gas covers my car payment.
Yeah, that wouldn't correlate to me. I would be paying $1,000 a month on a Tesla, and I still wouldn't. You know, my car's paid off, number one, and I don't spend $1,000 a month in gas.
How much were you? What were you driving before that your car payment is paid for in the gas savings?
A Ford F-150.
And are you also at?
I live in Nebraska, so my commute to work is 40 miles round trip.
That's what I was just gonna say. It depends. Like I was just gonna mention it. So like when we lived up north, I'm prior service military. So before we were in the Southeast, like when we were in Pennsylvania, for instance, you could spend an hour and 45 minutes in traffic to go 20 miles if you're heading into the city. So it really depends on your commute and how long you're in your vehicle. Like down here in the Southeast, dude, they don't even know what traffic is down here. Like people down here, they're like, "Oh, there's traffic." I'm like, "No, y'all don't know what traffic is."
Dude,
yeah,
Delaware, we've got stuck in
away
traffic.
from work, and it takes me less than a half hour.
We got stuck in traffic at my last job. We were traveling to Delaware for a job, and we had to go round trip. And getting out of DC through Baltimore, once you get past Baltimore and you're heading north and you're on your way to Delaware, people are complaining about there's traffic. And we were listening to the radio, and they're like, "Oh, you know, there's a holdup." And I'm like, "Hold up where? We're doing 65 miles an hour. What is the holdup?" Like, and this is correlated with us taking, 10 minutes to go one block.
You guys are
That's what
forgetting the best part about the Tesla too. If they perfect it, it making you money without you being in it. That should be years though. I don't know. Who knows when they're gonna actually do that? But that would be big bonus. Drop you off at work, go make you some money.
Canoe is doing that, or that's their business model. Is you lease the car, but they bring it to you when you need it.
Hold on, doesn't Tesla also pay gas stations? Because I remember reading an article where some guy went to a gas station to try to charge his Tesla, and when he got there was a bag over it, and the gas station owner told him that Tesla's not paying him to run it, so he cut it off and was like, "You all can't use the charging station." Like, do they actually pay gas stations to use their, to charge at their locations?
I think it depends. Usually they have their own like electricity set up.
I'm just saying, 'cause if we're talking about Tesla. I'm just saying, because if Tesla's paying people for charging stations and I get a Tesla, I will tell them, don't put the charger inside the garage. Put it on the outside.
Yo, that is so true.
Like I would honestly, like, if Tesla had some type of plan. I mean, that is something it's very ingenious. You want people to buy buy EVs, but a
Get them
lot
to
of
set
people
it
are
up at the end of
nervous.
the driveway.
Yeah, people are nervous about. I'm scared about where I'm going to charge my vehicle at. I can tell my neighbors, hey, we're putting a charging station here, and if they get
Just
into
watch your
beef with
electric
other
bill.
people,
You gotta
right,
make sure you got the pricing right.
right, just say, hey, look, I want to put a charging station here. I mean, if Tesla breaks it down and says, well, look, in order for you to not be in the red, you can't charge more than 3 vehicles to full, on a daily basis. And I mean, that way, if they say, look, if you got 4 vehicles, you will be paying that cost.
I mean, you couldn't be deep in the residential area with as terms to where you live because everybody's gonna have their own charging station, right? But if you were like your house was set up at like in a commercial area, like perfectly enough, that might be able to work. Where someone's like, "Crap, the charging station's full. I need to charge my car." What? This guy has a charger. It might work like there kind of thing. But if you're
I think anybody who lives, I think there should be
They
a
have a thing called
bonus.
plug share.
There should be a
plug share.
There should be a bonus for people that live within a certain range, like walking distance of like schools. That way people can come and charge their vehicle and then come back. Hey, you can charge your vehicle at my house because there's a school right here near me. If the teachers want to come over here and charge their vehicle while they're at work, that's perfectly fine with me because I should be at work at the same time that they're here.
The other thing that is interesting about EVs is that like your AC and heat are instant. And actually, I'm pretty sure because we've had like it's negative 15 today, but the other day my windshield cracked because the heat was so instant. The temperature change cracked my windshield.
I don't want to make it sound like that's a good thing, but I like that.
The instant heat is amazing, but I just didn't think
You didn't think it was that
my
instant.
windshield. Yeah. I did.
You were like, "Oh, it's cold." Wait, no,
Hey,
it's
we
not
got
that
some
cold.
positive movement on GME right now.
But the other thing too, I mean, just from like a poor person aspect with electric, it's really nice that it's into your charging at home is into your like electricity at home where you get paid, you get billed monthly. So like if you don't have any money to get gas to get to work until your next paycheck, like you don't have to worry about that anymore either.
the greatest thing would be if you had the electric car and you had the solar panels, so you didn't have to worry about paying the power either, right? Like, that would be the ultimate goal, because then it's a lot of cash out of your budget that gets to go into your pocket.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna eventually do is put on, get a power wall and solar panels, but they're just not. It takes about 10 years to get your investment back. It's not worth it right now. We have to wait until they get a little bit cheaper. But I also think there's a huge market to take like wrecked EVs and take those batteries and make power walls out of them.
Yeah, apparently wrecked EVs are just as worth, like not just as worth, but they were still worth a lot of money because the parts are still worth a lot of money inside the individual parts. They're not like it's not like regular
Yeah,
cars
if we
where
get a bus, I'll buy a wrecked Nissan Leaf, take the batteries out of it to have like a power wall in my bus.
be careful, make sure
Imagine,
you know what you're doing.
just
That stuff is
imagine
dangerous.
what the resale value in your house will be once you add solar panels and a charging station into your home,
Just make
and
sure
you're
that thing's
talking about
grounded.
swapping
If
everything over.
you're doing that, like you gotta make sure that car's grounded. From there, you gotta make sure everything's shut off. Like there's so much you gotta precaution before you even start touching the car. If there's any cracks in the cylinder, if there's any cracks, like you don't even touch it. Like you gotta
Yeah, I
call
think
them
the
out.
new standard will be having a 240 volt inside your garage because that's all you really need is a dryer plug.
But still, once EVs start taking off, I think anybody who owns a home, instant value to their house, just because of the fact that they have a charging station. Because once EVs become more than 30% of what the market is, the available market, then it's going to be like, well, I have to get an EV. I got to get an electric vehicle. Then it's like, oh, but I got to get an electric vehicle. I got to get the charger. I got to get all of this done. And if people are looking for homes, it'll be, hey, this home already comes with solar panels and a charging station.
That is so true. That'll just add to real estate. Fuck.
Yeah, the charging station is literally just a 240 volt plug in the garage. That's all you need.
Yep.
You best believe though, some old head's gonna pop up and he's gonna pay an extra 50 grand on a house because all that stuff's set up. You best believe it.
It cost me less. So when we moved into our house, it actually still had actual fuses in the fuse box. So we upgraded our entire panel and added a 240 volt, and it cost like $1,000. And our electric company gave us a $4,000 incentive to buy an electric car, and then paid for, I think, $200 to put a plug in our garage for the charger. So, I mean, if anyone's looking, definitely look at your power company because they offer incentives a lot of times to buy a electric vehicle.
Do you think that the power companies are probably like way cool with doing that because they get some sort of possible government kickback from them having like an EV positive program?
Yeah, they get the money from the, like here in Nebraska, it's from the environmental trust. So they're not even really spending the 4,000. They got it from a grant from the state. And then all they want is the charging data on how often we charge so they can, start doing research and gathering information on how much EVs use for information going forward.
In Canada, I think they canceled the program a couple years ago, but a couple years ago they had a program. I'm pretty sure where I think they gave you like a kickback on your taxes or something, like a couple grand for buying an EV.
And the tax credits, you guys will have to pay attention to the new EVs coming out because GM and Teslas have exhausted their EV credits. But I think the credit for brand new EVs for car manufacturers start at $7,000. So you automatically get like a $7,000 tax rebate if you buy like one of the Fords or a Toyota or Nissan. No, Nissan might expired theirs, but or like a Rivian, you automatically get a $7,000 tax credit.
That Cadillac looked pretty cool in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but I think that's a GM, so Pride doesn't have the incentive.
Quick question for those of you in the colder climates with EVs. Do you guys notice any difference between warmer days and colder days on your range?
Oh, definitely. Colder days, heat uses more electric than AC, but your range definitely drops in the winter. And that's just something that with new technology, yep. But
yeah, that's kind of where I was basing it off of.
But you want that thing cold anyway, so I wouldn't be worried about that.
The nice thing is that we always, whenever we get home, it's plugged in. And when it's plugged in, it's using the battery management system, so it's regulating it so you don't have as much drops. So basically, my $40,000 bolt cost me $18,000 after all the tax credits and incentives.
Hey guys, is anybody following CCIV or CARE?
Yeah, I am. I'm looking for a good spot to buy CCIV. I'm hoping
so-
it'll go down to below 30 again, but I don't know.
Yeah, I've been doing some investigating. Turns out, Andrew Laveris, he's known to have talked about wanting to make Saudi Arabia.
That's what I was just reading about the Saudi
yeah.
Arabia plants. Yes.
Okay, so anyway, he just became the chairman of the Lucid board of directors, but he's also an operating partner on the CCIV board.
Sounds good
And
to me.
according to what this is saying, he was also named a special advisor to Saudi's public investment fund, which happens to own anywhere between 50 to 67% of Lucid Motors.
That's a very good sign, because if you
So
read into that fund is huge. They're into Japan. They
Yeah.
got their hands everywhere into tech. I was reading into that fund a good year ago, trying to figure out what to buy in the stock market, and I wanted you
Well,
can't get in on that fund.
I know exactly. Like, okay, so from my understanding, Saudi Arabia's oil prices are super low, so they'll have an easier time transferring over to renewable energies and EVs and stuff. That being
They
said,
always like new.
Yeah, if you read into
stuff.
it, I think the son or something just took over, if I'm not mistaken, and he has a lot more greater
yeah.
mindset when it comes to this stuff than his dad did. If I might
He
be
had an
mistaken, I might have the
EDM
wrong country,
concert.
but I'm pretty
He
sure
had it
his son just took over, so that's why they're kind of moving away from oil, because he wants to and he sees
to
the future.
diversify.
And it's more different from other governments because he has a lot
and
of
he
power
probably
there, so-
knows that the U.S. under Biden is gonna see tremendous oil prices, so he's gonna just sell all of the oil to the U.S. for cheaper than them mining their own type deal. So, yeah, it seems like a pretty promising merge. That's what I'm that's what it seems like anyway.
If you know anything about the Saudis, they're about their cars.
Oh, for sure, dude.
street
I live
racing
with a Syrian. I live with a Syrian. He tells me all about it. Yeah, I found another guy that's good to follow because he's following CCIV super closely. His name is one sec.
Do y'all think GME's gonna drop any more than where it's currently at?
Oh yeah,
it's possible. Yeah.
I'm waiting because I have enough to buy 2 more shares, but I'm trying to figure out if I should just wait a little bit.
No, just wait. So wait till that info comes out. I guarantee it's gonna sell off like crazy. Unless for some weird reason they are honest about what their shorts are.
Right.
Speculation on that CCIV merger.
I think that's how I
seen
initially heard about Tencent or SoftBank Group, was through that Saudi fund, if I'm not mistaken. It was either Tencent or it might have been both, but that's how I heard about those. They're very high-techy Chinese stocks, Tencent and wow, what did I just say? Tencent and SoftBank. Yeah, I think that's how I heard about those two things, is through that fund, if I'm not mistaken.
read into them and see what they're into.
Some of the talks that I heard about
Well,
that CCIV merger, they're looking at triple returns, but I can't. It's buried in Google search somewhere.
Real quick, want to give a shout out. If you are watching right now and you are enjoying this content, smash that like button. Subscribe to Tametheark. They've been making this space available for us to all talk. We're on a Discord. So smash that like button, subscribe. Make sure if you have any questions on the feed, I'll try and keep a lookout for those. I know if other folks are on here, but hit that like button. Like, see, I made a little song about it yesterday. Say, hit that like button. Diamond hands for GME. Hit that like button. There you go. We got music here too.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. No, it's true.
You know, I was about to come for you in a second. I was about to say, you sitting there watching the board. We need you writing songs.
I have been writing songs. When I go quiet, I'm writing songs.
Thank you. We're glad that you do that.
Yo, I got 5 on it though too.
I just read that comment too. I was about to say same.
So I see NSPR dropped for a little bit, but now it's back over the dollar. So that's cool. And then OCGN is still holding strong, man. I'm really glad I bought at 411 on that one. I'm interested in seeing the GLUU, the Glue Meat Mobile. So I have a couple stocks in that one. But somebody was saying that EAE Sports or whatever bought them yesterday or something. Oh, okay. Sweet. Well. I mean, it is higher than 1250 right now. It's at 1256. Okay. So Desinet Danko actually asked, what should this report state in order for GME to go back up? So if anybody can chime in on that, because I know there's a report that's coming out today. I'm still a newbie.
I'm expecting it to state the opposite because they technically don't have to disclose their short position. They're not entitled to. It's not against the law, or even if it is, they just pay a small fine. So I'm expecting it to state quite the opposite. And I'm at the point anyways where I have to let it get low, rebuy, so I can at least see if I want to get out with, equal money, like break even. So it's to me, it's whatever.
No, it's true. I'm personally expecting it to go down after market today when they release the short report, but I'm not going to be surprised when I see it go down. It's like, I don't know, like I've seen enough people talk about it and how it's still possible. And just based on how similar the charts are, like if you look at the sell-off from GME to AMC over the past week, it's like nearly identical. And I watched a video where a guy explains how they correlate just based on like the Friday close, how the difference between the shares that were shorted or something. I'll post it in the YouTube chat, the link to the video I watched, because It's just there's too many people covering this and explaining how it's still bullshit and that we're essentially they're in the hole. Like I saw one guy posted in general a video of a guy saying like who was really like good with spreadsheets, and he was like, yeah, no, like they were like 3.5 billion in the hole. So I don't know, honestly. Like I'm still holding because like there's a lot of people out there doing their due diligence and trying to get the word out that it's still good. But still, you will see the price go down just because they can do that. They can manipulate the price to go down just by in trading, even though it's super illegal.
What they call white crime.
Yeah, it doesn't mean they covered their shorts and
It means they don't go
closed
to
their
prison.
positions.
They just pay a friggin' slap on the wrist and get to go home to their friggin' beach house. White collar crime.
Yeah, the only way we win is if we can like literally bleed them out to the point that they don't like it ends up costing more for the marginal tax than it does for them to buy their shares back. That's the only way it goes up.
Yeah, Marduk, the video you posted about how the short squeeze hasn't happened yet was like spot on.
Yeah, I mean, and that's not the only video I've seen of like people being like, look, like it's just look at this. Like there was another guy who was talking about the Fintel reporting just being way off, and he was following that for like a long time. And then all of a sudden it just like they changed it or they updated it like a bunch of times in the span of a day, something like that. I don't know. So just seems fishy, that's all.
I mean, with Europe having GameStop as the most traded stock for all of January, and this really only happened the last week, and all the retail investors buying, the volume is it's physically impossible for them to cover their shorts with what the volume had.
Yeah, but they still have like if they have to like close their position on shorted shares eventually. It's like 13 days.
I think it's essentially part.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. If they're making more money, or if they're saving more money by
The fine is going to be cheaper than the losses.
exactly, yeah.
The one thing I want to know the most is who they borrowed the shorts off of. If I had to know one thing, that's what I would want to know the most is who they borrowed the shorts off of. Because if we knew that, then we'd know like, are these guys helping them or are they actually about their money and they want to see it go up as well and call for their shorts back? Because if I was the guys that they borrowed the shorts off of, I'd be like, you know what, you guys can have all the time you want. Keep doing you. I want it back up at 500. I want it back up there. Like so. That's my take on it too. Like, who the hell did they borrow these shorts off of?
From us. It's from us.
I think exposing the report is going to come out. It's going to expose. I think most people are waiting for it to show not only the short position, but also to show to figure out where about these phantom shares. I mean, the phantom share hasn't really been much of a discussion in the past couple of days, but that still is on the table. Like if you're showing your short position and there's a bunch of random shares that just magically showed up, now it's like you got a lot of stuff you need to explain, and that's what everybody's waiting for, the explanation of the short position, number one, number two, who they got the shares from, and number three, where these random magical shares come from.
Yep, that's huge right now too. Is actually outing them in that regard because they know it exists. They've been talking about it since like 2013, and they know it exists. They just ignore it. Like there's the mathematicians at the SEC that have outed this many times, and their higher bosses probably just throw it out. Oh, I don't know math. It's okay. Let's go get a beer.
It's too hard to hide. Therefore, it makes it impossible to prove. and it hasn't had this magnitude of effect to have them even care.
So I don't know much about it. Stock ticker CEI was just informed it's going up, and there was news that they got a brand new board of director guy.
What are you talking about?
My brother just let me know there's a stock ticker CEI, and they just got a new guy on their board of directors or head of the director or something like that. It was trading around $1.40, $1.50, and then it's kind of just going up right now.
On
Yo, let's see on the YouTube chat who's got them diamond hands. Who's holding? All right, Jim, I see your diamond hands. I see y'all still holding. All right.
Yeah, yeah.
I see you, Devil's Reaper, Michael.
I'm holding
Zaki-
my sandwich and my GME. Sorry.
Yeah, my sandwich and my
Love it.
GME. That's right. My sandwich and my man. Now I want a sandwich. I haven't had breakfast.
Not for sale. That's right.
Yeah,
Sandwich sounds
not-
hella good. I'm about to go hit
Yo.
Starbucks and get a sandwich.
Wait, what kind of sandwich is it though?
Fabian.
I want panini
Jason says
sandwich.
nobody sells
It's
it.
a
The Real Tech Geek.
what is this? It's like a
Davida. Eric.
smoked turkey and Havarti
Gervais.
sandwich.
Ado.
Yeah.
Not for sale.
Not for
Yes.
sale, y'all. Don't forget to smash that like button. We got like 330 people watching, and I only see 64 likes. So hit that like button. Hit that like button. Diamond hands for GMV. Hit that like button.
Quit telling me lies. Hit the like button.
Yeah, we could also do it by the dip. By the dip. What? By the dip.
Can anybody beatbox?
We got more diamond hands.
Can you tell we're new to this thing? I don't know how to hype people up. I just say I'm not for sale. Let me see those diamond hands. I'm taking my stocks to my grave.
How about that Super Bowl, huh? Huh? Let's who
Yeah, you
who
gotta
likes
do
that
the Wolf
team
of
that
Wall
won?
Street chant
Yeah.
off the chest, beating the chest. Just
Hey, I'm gonna dab for Doge. I'm gonna hit my dab.
Dabs
right
for
now.
Doge.
Dab
I
for
like the
Doge.
part where they threw the ball
Can we talk about the weekend though?
Yes.
Did he wink at?
He's-
Love the weekend.
I would just like to say whoever did his sound mix production needs to send an apology letter
No.
to everybody. Because his
It's
mic
like so echoey.
his mic dropped out in like 2 minutes. I'm like, what the heck? Like you just made a really good singer sound bad.
I saw the thing that popped up the other day that said the weekend went from homeless to opening, and it was just like, wow.
Right, that's a huge deal. Like that's a big moment for him. And like he was doing it all by I was just so annoyed because I was like I felt like his mic totally dropped
Apparently,
like
he
2
had to
minutes
dole out
in.
a shitload of cash for his own
7 million.
production for his own stage and all that.
Are you serious?
Wow.
Oh.
7
And that's
million.
crazy because the NFL treats it like he's promoting himself
From-
and
yeah.
he has to pay them almost to like promote himself. I guess I don't
Pay
know.
to
It's
play.
ridiculous.
how it works exactly, but yeah, it's almost like that.
I mean, let's be honest. Does the weekend really need to promote himself? Everybody already knows who he is.
Right, but
But
they
no,
get
you still
endorsement
want to stay
deals.
relevant no matter what. But yeah,
Like J-Lo.
if I end up like Owen Hart, I
Can't hear you. It's really hard to hear you.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. You guys saw Reddit's ad though, right?
Damn, Fabian, that's crazy. Dropped 3,000 today already. 89 shares at 59.39. That's nuts. Diamond hands.
And sometimes
I'm
it's-
averaging down when it goes. Like I'm averaging down tomorrow because I know that's probably when it's gonna drop down to that $27 mark Tame talks about.
No. Just a lot of like white noise in the background.
Oh, I know. That's the beauty of it, Kason. I'm like, we're not paying any interest on this. We're just temporarily down the money.
nobody's gambling. I mean, kind of are, but it's also like just a reminder we're not financial advisors. We have to say it. We haven't said it in a while. And
Yeah. It is
what
in
you
the
do-
it is in the disclaimer in the Discord, but people on YouTube can't see that, so we have to remind them, right?
Yep. So just a reminder, we're not financial advisors, and very. I would stay away from saying connecting stocks with gambling because I think there's some legal precedent there. So if you're commenting that, just be careful. Second, or the other thing is, it's your money. Only you get to decide what to do with it. We're just here talking about how we've spent our money and what we've done. And if you can learn something from it, great. And we're going to try and pull out as much information so you can make the most informed decision. But ultimately, it is your money and it is your decision because you deal with whatever consequences of that.
I think the term informative decision is what makes the difference between gambling and stocks. It's an informative decision, and it's having information at your disposal that is made readily available to you, which is not provided in casinos. So this is definitely nowhere even close to gambling.
Mireille,
due
you have to
diligence.
at Tametheark and ask him. There is a small vetting process, but you probably can.
See, hold on. You guys want to see an example of a marijuana? Well, this could happen to any penny stock, but this is a marijuana penny stock that went sour. And I'll read you the exact note of what they had to release of what happened. And this was called Wayland Group. I was buying them at like $4 because I thought, and they got bought out by an American company too, so it made it even more intriguing. But this is what it says. It says, it seems that finally things have come full circle for Wayland Group. A notice have filed by the Canadian Securities Exchange this afternoon. This is months ago, by the way, indicting that what was left of the shell of a company will now finally be delisted months after the completion of CCAA proceedings. The delisting marks the very end of the Mary Can and Wayland saga, leaving whatever shareholders were left in the firm with absolutely nothing, despite the wild ride the equity took them on over the last several years. Despite having a last market price of 74 cents per share and a market capitalization of 54.1 million, there is nothing left for shareholders. Take that in. having been halted since May 6, 2019. The move has been a long time coming for the company that once hit a high of 448 back in January 2018. It's all been downhill from there, however, after the company took countless hits brought on initially by an OSC investigation into CEO Benjamin Ward during the midpoint of a financing, after subsequently being halted due to the firm failing to file financials. Penny companies are not all fun in games. That's the point I always try to get across, because they are not. You don't know if the CEO is shady, if you have no clue.
Yep.
Like, take that
So-
in. They had a market cap of 51 million. They're still in business, but then they decided to delist and file for bankruptcy, in other words. Like, that's insane.
So that's why I think Overstock is set to pop off, because they got rid of their CEO that everybody thought was shady because of his like Russian thing or whatever. He was like banging a Russian spy. And they're about to
Right.
IPO about 20 blockchain companies through some, I've already talked about this before, but it's, can't remember the name of the company, but I'll figure it out and drop the links. But they've launched things like Owlet and a bunch of different other companies. But I think they're gonna probably make a lot of money through that, and then they're also putting a ton of money into their retail side through like just Overstock as well. So some good stuff coming out of them pretty soon.
So the people who have stock in RELI and stuff, if you were to look at it right now, would you buy any right now at its current price? Do you speculate it's going to go up even more?
What exactly is it? Just because I don't know anything about it, and I was watching that one because I was might invest in some. But yeah, if anybody can talk about that one, that'd be great.
I don't think I know enough information about it.
Heard it was something like TV or something.
Yeah, and it's family owned. Like it's owned by a family.
I'm gonna check my trading view right now. It's the ticker. RU is the ticker, right?
When I looked at it, it was saying that they're actually a real estate group.
Is it
Like you guys been saying, commercial real estate might take a hit. Well, it has been taking a hit through the pandemic, but even further, if people decide to stay at home and work, commercial real estate will take a hit, and that's why people think. That's why people like well, just not commercial real estate, but just residential real estate. That's why they like it a lot more.
Well, they need to
because
start.
It's gonna really boom.
Yeah, they need
There's
to
a big
turn
difference.
commercial into residential, because then they got big ass office buildings for people to live in. Hot dope.
All right. So it looks like the reason it actually did go up is the court lifted a hold on Reliance deal. So they're making a deal with somebody, but I didn't read the article yet.
Somebody asked about OCGN. Right now, it's looking like it's at Trading View. It's at 1392 on Trading View. I am watching that one. I also have stock in that one. But yeah, I mean, it's it's doing great for me. So I don't know. I know that there's a lot of hopefully it goes well. It's if you don't know what it is, it's the next pharmaceutical company based out of India that is going to be coming out with another COVID-19 vaccine that does not require any freezing and is effective against the UK and South African strains. So the ticker for that is OCGN if you want to check it out. You may have I bought in pretty low, so you may have missed out on that. I don't know if it's gonna. It shot up to like 18 was the high yesterday, I think. And it's sitting at 13. So
Yeah, it's down 12.2% on the day. It's probably just trying to average out.
Yeah.
It's typically what happens when stocks take off. They have to readjust. What I think the term is called consolidate. Find that kind of resistance and balance point.
Yeah, I'm gonna I gotta wait for funds to clear anyways, but I think I'm gonna watch this. And
But I mean, really, any ticker you invest your money in, I would say do your research. Like, know what. Okay, so a guy that I follow, he says like, know what you own, and like keep drilling that into your head. Know what you own. Okay, it's very easy to get distracted when you have like how many companies that you have your money in, right? So if you're new to this, really do your research and invest your money where you feel it's going to grow, and keep up to date on the news. That's all I can say.
And that's me. I don't like upkeep. That's why I like to think of it as you have your established companies who are about their shit and about moving, growing their profit for their shareholders. And those are the guys $70 above. And then you have your guys that you're not too sure about, usually $20 and a little lower. They could make it in the future. They're trying, but you're not too sure. So if you think of it as established companies and not established companies, then it's a lot easier to think about the stock market.
Yeah, it's hard for people to like bite the reality of paying a commission fee to buy one or two shares of something, but that's ultimately how you end up controlling volatility in your portfolio, is through diversification. So if you can't handle seeing big upswings and downswings, you're gonna want to like spread your money out.
No, that's why they call it a value buying too, right? You have to like get it on the low, but at the same time you do have to recognize volatility, and then it's almost like you have to have the balls to like wait months for it to drop and get back in on it. And then sometimes it doesn't even work like that. Sometimes it shoots up and you miss out and you got to find something else, right? So
yeah, that's why I kind of I do my research heavily before I start dumping any money in, but I'll buy a few shares just to start out, just in case. But that's another thing too, is like I try and not miss opportunities, because there was one in particular that I missed out on. Was actually that OCGN one. Like I could have, if I had like realized last week that what was going on, that news that was coming out, I could have a much better position with it. But
you missed out on a quick flip. If there's an actual strain that they have, or whatever, there's
but I
huge
can't
population in India and stuff that
I can't day trade, so
They're
I'm
already
not looking
using
for
it in
quick flips.
India.
I'm just looking to get in and open a position at like the best possible spot that I can for a company that's coming out with some like groundbreaking stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the thing with OCGN that's different from the rest is that it's using the inactive COVID virus instead of the M. So that's what's different about that one. And it's already
I don't
being
know
used
anything
in
about that
India.
stuff, so I stay away. I don't let it bother me that pharmaceutical stocks shoot up, because I much rather other industries over pharmaceutical. That's the way I look at.
Right, but right now there's a world pandemic happening, and if you're smart, you know that there's going to be probably vaccines that are being made that people are going to take regardless of how you feel
You
about
also
it.
got to know when to pull out your money
Hey,
too, right?
real
That's
quick,
a lot of watching.
I just want to
especially when
comment
the
on something real quick about the oxygen. There, so everybody's been saying that what is it, the vaccine does not have to be refrigerated.
That's a big deal.
No, it does need to be refrigerated. The difference is Moderna has to be refrigerated, but Pfizer has to be sub-refrigerated, meaning it has to be stored at a lower temperature, which being at just refrigeration levels, so I'm assuming around 40 degrees, makes it easier to transport, whereas Pfizer needs to be ultra low, which makes it a little bit harder to transport.
Well, it needs to be basically frozen. It's like it has to be like
Moderna. Well, the Pfizer needs to basically be frozen. Moderna and this one from Oxygen does not need to be frozen. It just needs to be refrigerated. So approximately in the 32 to 40 degree range. That's where if I'm not mistaken, is refrigeration above 32 but below 40.
Yeah, but below,
just
below
like
42. Just like
it's the green zone, man. That's
it's the
so no
temperature.
bacteria can grow.
Yeah. But the thing that's big
Oh,
with
I got this.
Have you guys
Pfizer-
looked at the people that actually are developing? They're co-developing the strain, but have you looked at the people actually developing this? I don't. Hold on one second. Bahart Biotech's late-stage investigation of coronavirus in the U.S., the biggest. I would assume it's these guys' thing, and then they're in on it to help them co-develop it. But if you look at the other people's stock, it is way more, and they might
So
be
this is
profiting off
the
it more.
This is the info, the difference between them. So Pfizer and Moderna's vaccine focuses on the coronavirus spike protein. The problem there is that if the spike protein mutations multiply, these vaccines may not offer protection. So far, both companies say their vaccines can handle the emerging UK and South African strains. But Dr. Fauci has said the vaccines are less likely effective against the mutated strains than they are against the original coronavirus, and potential new strains in the future represent a threat. Covaxin, now this is Ocugen's vaccine, induces immune responses to several coronavirus proteins, not just the spike protein. So it may be more
Exactly.
effective than more advanced rivals in protecting against today's strains and future variants. That's a bigger plus. Another advantage is that it can be stored at refrigerator temperatures. So can Moderna's, but Pfizer's vaccine requires the ultra low temperatures that make it a challenge to transport and store. Considering these two elements, Covaxin may be a stronger vaccine than Pfizer and Moderna, but only the phase 3 data can confirm that. If efficacy is low or adverse events are high, the whole picture may change. So right now, it's best to be cautiously optimistic about Covaxin and cautiously optimistic about Ocugen, with a big emphasis on the cautious. If the data is strong, the share may move higher, but if trials aren't compelling, shares of the biotech company could crash, especially considering the recent surge. For most investors, it's best to watch the story from the sidelines now. That's the Motley Fool's take on it.
Yeah, you need to know you need to find out what's the difference in stake between this Heart Immunologies and Biologics Corporation, which is at $85, and they're the ones I think that are actually developing it over Osteogen. Osteogen is just helping them. So you gotta figure out what their stake is in what Osteogen's stake is in the vaccine, because these guys' stake looks like to be a hell of a lot more at $85 a stock.
Who's the?
It's BIBCL.BO is the stock ticker I have. But it says it right in that Motley Fool thing. I was reading the same article. It says it right in there.
You can also get info on the vaccine from Indian news reports because they've been using it there. So info about efficacy and stuff as it's being
Yeah, it
used
says it right
there.
here. That's because Osteogen finalized a deal to co-develop and commercialize Indian company Bharat Biotech's
Bharat,
late
yeah.
stage so they're the ones that actually own the vaccine.
Yeah,
If you actually want to get in on
they're
the big
sharing.
money.
They're
Can
sharing
you
the
link that article in chat, the one you just read?
Yeah, sure.
I can also post it in the YouTube feed if anybody wants to look at it.
Yeah, I'm only gonna post it in Discord, so you're gonna have to post it in the YouTube feed.
Yeah, I mean, Ocugen is still keeping 40% of the profits. It's gonna be, I think it's gonna be okay. You sound like that teacher from Peanuts. Sorry. Oh, there you go. Now, oh, interesting. Sexy. It's gonna be.
GME is
GME is a long-term hold at this point.
Hey, Mouse.
How you guys doing today? Hey, I got a survey for you guys on the EV battery sector. Out of all you guys that are here, let's take a vote. Who would vote for fuel cell energy, which is FCEL? And which one of you guys would vote for Plug Power Inc., which is PLUC, I believe?
Is this vote about who we would invest in or who we'd like to see succeed?
Who would you guys invest in? I would just like an overall. They're both pretty good.
What are the charging station companies?
They're more so battery companies. This has more to do with what GE is looking into buying or picking up this year.
There's also QuantumScape that fell a bit as well. That's a battery company that Microsoft is heavily invested into
I've been
I
watching
forget what they're
Quantum
at.
State.
Yeah.
They're at 43 right now. I've been
Yeah, they
looking at
held a
them
lot.
actually.
They were at like $100 like a month ago. No, so I
But
don't. Something went wrong with them.
do you know
Obviously.
why? I can tell you.
No.
The reason
Yeah.
why is because news came out back in December that the batteries that they are developing, which are supposed to be quote solid state, are so small and they may not be applicable for EVs. And that's why the stock fell. Yes, you can look into it. There's a lot of info out there,
I'm
and
glad I didn't
people are.
listen to the hype.
I mean,
Yes.
you never know. You never know.
Yeah,
But the
oh
thing
yeah,
is
they
that
could.
that's.
Oh yeah, they could always like use their technology and better it and
But
make it bigger. But it is a setback, right?
Mouse, what's the first one that you mentioned? The fuel cell one?
This is based off of what GM is looking into this year. The first one is Fuel Cell Energy, and the second one is Plug Power Inc.
Yeah, Plug Power. I wish I would have bought it before, over the summer. But yeah.
They're a charging company though, no? Or am I wrong about Plug Power?
Is this right about fuel cells? Like $600 a share right now? Do I have the right ticker?
Fuel Cell shouldn't be. Hold on, let me find the ticker.
And what was the ticker for Barat Biotech? I can't find it.
Fuel Cell is
I posted in the Discord
FCEL.
thing. The link is right.
Got it. Okay, I got it.
They're trading at 28.
The article.
No, it's right underneath it too. The link. To
I
the
see
ticker.
it. 2728.
It's in the Discord general. Sorry, it's in general. Sorry.
Is that even on the Nasdaq or the New York Stock Exchange?
I have no clue. I just know that they would be obviously the bigger company in this deal.
I think fuel cells a split sort of like on. It's only a 16% buy.
What, from the general when you click on it?
No,
Type
the
in,
article's coming up.
The ticker I have is BIBCL.BO. Or just type in Baharat or
Bharat. Bharat. It's Bharat.
Bharat.
No, it's not. It's Bharat. Take it from an Indian.
But is it Indian?
Yeah, Bharat is an Indian name.
Nice.
It means like land or something.
Back in February of last year, they're hovering like $20. Holy, or no, it's at $5 range. Holy moly, they were $5 a year ago. Now they're $85 a stock. Yikes! See, always the first stuff you hear about in news, there's always something behind it that's better, and that's what I've gathered from research too. You just gotta dig deep, always.
Okay, so Mouse, tell us about these stocks, because I mean, I wish I would have gotten it lower, but Plug Power, I think, was the one that I would have hedged my bets on if it wasn't so high right now.
I'm actually going with fuel cell. Sorry.
No, yeah, see, that's where it's conflict right now is I don't know. This is just something I'm just trying to diversify on right here, and I want to get into one of these two. Fuel cell, I'm in another chat room group, and they're still talking that fuel cell still has an additional run up. So that's why I was asking you guys if you guys knew anything and what you guys thought about that. I don't know how much farther Plug is actually going to go within the next 3 to 6 months. So
I think that fuel cell, there's definitely the possibility considering what price it's at. I mean, the 52-week high was $28.98, but the low was $1. Jeez, I got to learn more about this company.
I just literally found out about it probably like an hour and a half ago.
So GE may try to acquire it. Is that the info out there?
I have a news article here. It is through Google that is stating that GM is in interest of either taking over fuel cell or Plug Power. I guess they're going to kind of coincide by the end of the year. One of the.
I'm seeing this. I'm seeing on Yahoo
Screw it,
Finance.
I'm buying
but it's
both.
GE, General Electric, is gonna take
I have
over.
GE, and now I'm like, dang. Okay, what was the ticker for the other one? Because I'm on the fuel cell one.
The other one, hold on a second.
It's just Plug, isn't it?
Plug Power.
Yeah,
Plug Power.
PLUG. Yeah.
It all shot up when Biden was elected, and
Sorry,
news
by
about
the way,
Brian.
Faizo. I thought like there's two girls in this room, you and Kata, and like for some weird reason I can't freaking remember who's who when I'm not looking at the screen.
No worries.
I was like, wait a minute, you're not Indian, but then I was like, oh wait, that's not Kata.
Yeah.
My
Yeah, how do
bad.
you think we feel with all you guys?
You Canadians do
doubt.
sound a bit alike.
If you guys want to look, like, I don't think it's different from like plug power and stuff, but there's Blink as well, which they're focusing on charging stations and that regards, which would be the next generation gas stations, I guess. Whoever's
Switchback Energy is ChargePoint.
Yeah, Kata, what's your take on this?
I just jumped in like 3 minutes ago. I was talking to someone at work.
I mean, you've done a lot of research on the like EVs, plug power. We're talking about fuel cell and plug power right now. Thoughts?
So I don't have many like specifically, but I know if you look around and see who actually physically has charging stations built, it's ChargePoint and Electrify America.
Shocking, I know.
So they are already building that infrastructure. So I would focus on whatever companies are owned by those two.
You said Electrified America?
Yeah, there's a lot of Electrify America. And if you guys wanted to download, it's called PlugShare. PlugShare takes basically all of the chargers in the United States and puts it on one map, and you can look at them and see.
guess who Electrify America is owned by? Volkswagen.
So you can look and see what, and that's just what I see in Nebraska. I don't know about other places, but look and see which chargers are out there the most and what companies they are. That's what I would do.
Thanks. I guess there's some news out that GE may acquire either fuel cell or plug power. Not solid news. It's just, I don't know.
Plug power.
Oh yeah, I know. This was a speculation thing. That's why I said
I
this
feel
is
like
just
plug-
something I'm diversifying with.
I feel like plug power was kind of driven by Reddit. I have that somewhere in my brain of random knowledge.
ChargePoint's a private company.
My thing with
They're owned by Switchback though.
what I'm reading about fuel cell,
ChargePoint, they're private and owned by Pascal Romano.
Switchback has something to do with ChargePoint.
I think Mouse, I'm gonna look more into fuel cell just because of the price point right now, and the price point on plug power is so high.
Yeah, it looks like Plug Power is focused more on hydrogen fuel cells. And ironically enough, Fuel Cell Energy is operating more on like their direct fuel cell power plants operate on natural gas and biogas.
Yeah,
I'm mining your cobalt as fast as I can, Greta.
Hydrogen isn't as efficient as electric, if you guys look into that. But hydrogen is more comparable to just filling up your car at the gas station.
Yeah, but we're looking for the green hydrogen on that side of it, aren't we? Isn't that what all the technology companies and corporations are shooting for? Is that green hydrogen or whatever they're talking about?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if you have a hydrogen vehicle, it's not as efficient as straight electric.
Yeah,
so if you're getting for the
gotcha.
most efficient, hydrogen is similar to just filling up your car with gas.
Yeah, they
It's
pump
not as
like a
efficient as
compressed hydrogen into your tank, and then it goes through like this sort of a fusion or like decoupling process through this grid, and then it just the exhaust ends up being just water vapor. I watched a video on it. It's pretty cool.
Whoever mentioned Electrify America, thank you for that, because of that, I am totally off Blink now. No one at Volkswagen already has their foot in the door in America when it comes to charging systems. That's actually huge.
Looks like Doge is dropping right now. It's at 6.9.
Electromechanica is that solo, right? I think we've had this ticker. We've been looking at it last week.
But there might be other companies that I'm not aware of that you could find in PlugShare in like your areas. Those are just the ones that I know of that have the infrastructure in Nebraska.
So as far as blockchain, it's something that I think is probably going to be important going forward. Technologies popping off that I think are worth investing in because of the people that have been involved in them. They believe in freedom. But essentially, they've spent a lot of money gathering a bunch of different companies together. It's through Pelion Venture Partners. They're going to be launching 20 different companies that are blockchain companies. They all look pretty promising.
Here's another company that's related to this, but it deals with generators and converting them to non-combustion. It's Bloom Energy. Again, do your research on it. I'm just starting, but I figured I don't know if anybody has any info on it or has looked at Bloom Energy.
Oh, I can't learn enough about one company before I get thrown another ticker at me.
Sorry.
It's all good.
Can we schedule homework and divide it out?
Right?
Yeah, put stuff in the tickers too. There's a tickers tab. Because that's another spot. Usually I'll go in there
I
later
just
at night.
screenshot tickers, and then whenever I'm bored, I'll just go through them, research. But yeah, I screenshot all my
It's a good
tickers,
way.
come back to them later. My old phone is literally just all tickers, like all 16 gigs of it is just all tickers and research. It's ridiculous. I had to get a new phone.
I'm looking here at the YouTube and apes together strong.
Nice.
I'm loving it.
That's funny. Don't forget to hit the like button. Subscribe to Tametheark for making this possible. Just a bunch of random people coming together and using knowledge. What's up, Diamond Hands? Who's holding strong on GME?
We'll also give you a ton of companies to look into for potential pre-GameStop similarities.
I'm so hype on CCIV, man. This merger goes through, and I'm like all in.
GME forever. I was looking around here on my Webull, and it looks like the top 20 trending stocks on Wall Street Bets as of Tuesday. Anybody want me to list those off just for
Go for it.
it?
I don't
Alright.
like that thing. You're talking to the thing on Webull that popped up, that new thing that said stock tips or Wall Street Bet stock tips they got going on?
I hate when stuff like that happens.
Yeah, that I don't know. That was very, very sus how that just popped up in the middle of everything that was starting to go on, dude. I don't really like following that thing.
Well, the reason I wanted to bring it up is just because it's interesting the companies they're listing.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. So number 1 is GameStop. Number 2 is Planeteer. 3 is AMC. 4 is Ocugen. 5 is Tesla. 6 is Corsair Gaming. 7th is BlackBerry. 8th is Atheria. 9th is Telray. 10th is Disney. 11th is Apple. 12th is Marathon Patent Group. 13th is Advanced Micro Devices. 14th, Riot Blockchain. 15th, Microvision. 16th, Neo. 17th DraftKings, 18 Sundial Growers, 19 Square, and 20 Nvidia. So if you have Webull, it just popped up on there. I just went off. But I do find it interesting that they named off a few stocks that we talked about.
I feel like a sheep because I think that I have partial holdings in at least 10 of those.
Exactly.
And the bad thing is like I'm a lot of us are in those, and it's kind of like who's really on Wall Street Bets actually reading through every single post and forum to see exactly these are the ones that quote unquote they're targeting. And I think saying Disney is just sounds sus because I mean everybody's been always jumping into Disney. I think that Disney might be taking off now.
Well, Disney is they're solid gold in my book. I haven't looked at what their price is at now, but they own 90% of the media now. The last 5 years have been straight buyouts for them. It's ridiculous.
I'm gonna tell you what
it's kind of terrible for humanity. But yeah, you're
It's
right.
horrible for America.
For sure.
All your media is coming from Disney, but
check this out. I'll
It's
just do
true.
it. And this is crazy.
It's so true.
Videos and they'll trigger things. But if somebody says Disney stock is going to go up, and I would say, why do you feel that? And they reference a video that they saw on YouTube
But you
about
gotta
how
think of it like this: all for that stock to go up, all they have to do is raise their subscription by a penny for Disney.
Hey, check this out. But listen to
or
this.
a dollar.
Y'all are
this sounds
thinking
crazy,
too
and I don't even have I don't have Disney Plus, but I watch a lot of things that talk about it, and I haven't watched WandaVision. I'm not a big comic book person like that, but apparently they brought in Quicksilver from the X-Men series, not from the Marvel series. They brought him in from the X-Men, the actor that played in X-Men, and they brought him into WandaVision, which causes a speculation about Disney now getting some of the rights to make X-Men movies.
Probably they own a lot of rights to a lot of movies. They're smart with that too. They buy a lot of stuff. They buy a lot of rights. They buy a lot of companies. The one thing that is obviously the best about them is they control the number one consumers of media, which is kids. Anything kids watch, it comes from Disney.
It's so true. This guy is speaking gold into your ears right now.
Anything kids watch, it comes from Disney. Anything you watch now comes from Disney. They own the American market, and then it goes outside the American market too. Because I bet you Japanese like Disney movies too, the little cartoons and stuff. 100%.
They still own ABC, right? Disney still owns ABC.
They own everything. From me following them for the last 5 years, they've been buying out everything. I think
They even own
have
Fox
HBO,
News.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Just for those of you that are on the YouTube chat, I just posted under Miko Blaze, that's me, the list of all with the tickers of all the companies I just listed off. You can also find it on Webull if you have Webull. It's this new thing that just popped up on my stuff when I was looking in the market tab. But yeah, I just wanted to put that out there just so y'all know what supposedly these brokers are seeing trending. And I just find it interesting that I own probably like half of those, to be quite honest.
Yeah, $188. I'd feel so comfortable sticking my money in Walt Disney, couple grand, whatever. I don't even care the amount of stock I get. That's just me knowing once people start working again, they're gonna want to go to Disney World. Not to mention, I heard talks of them wanting to build a Disney World in Toronto Island. I don't know if that's still happening, but there is huge talks about them wanting to build a Disney World in Canada. So
They
these
have
guys'
earnings
money's
on-
unlimited. They own media out the ass. Like
On Thursday, their earnings report comes out, and if you own options in Disney right now, it's about to pop.
Yeah, for sure. Like it's been down and then it's slowly climbed up, but for the amount of money they've been spending to build the company, it's like an empire now. Like yeah, easily on the low for $188, I would say. Market cap $341 billion. So yeah, they're gonna be at $1 trillion. They will reach $1 trillion market cap. Disney, mark my words. But I'm not an investor. I'm not a financial advisor by any means.
Apparently, Pelosi put like a shit ton of money into options on Disney like a couple months ago.
Oh, I thought you were about to say Pelosi bought Doge.
Oh yeah, that's probably right around the $90 range when it dropped. Dropped from 150 down to March of last year to the $85 range was its low. So if you bought Disney at $85, you are now sitting on like a gold mine. You hold on to that forever. You hold on to it. If you bought it at $85 range, you don't let go of that. Like, that's what I mean too. Like no penny, like for penny stocks to reach this amount of market cap, like you're not gonna see that in your lifetime unless major stuff happens. Major stuff. That's why I said like you're gonna gamble on penny stocks, mushrooms, that kind of stuff could happen if the market opens up, and some weed stocks have the capability of actually like exceeding market cap expectations. But a lot of these penny stocks, they will never exceed market cap expectations.
Yeah, you say they're penny stocks and marijuana, but then we also go back to the article you read earlier and the fear that goes behind it. Yeah.
Exactly. That's why I say like you're gonna still buy marijuana companies. You're better off buying established companies because they're gonna grow more. They will. They have the market cap. They have the expenses. They can grow their company 10 times faster than anyone trying to start out from the bottom. It's just
Yeah, the chance you land a gold mine in penny stocks is very rare.
It's better to play options than penny stocks.
That does sound like
that's the only way you can make money. If you have like 100 penny stocks on your positions list, like the only way is to have options set so you can prevent losses. Trying to micromanage penny stocks when like just buying and selling it's not viable.
Yeah, I started running a theta strategy maybe a couple months ago, and my account's gone almost exponential. Like I can't believe I've been buying stocks for this long and not been trading options.
Oh, gee whiz, button. I'm still trying to wrap my head around options, but there's definitely a learning curve there, and there's a lot of practice that's necessary.
Stop looking at options like you're trading stocks and start looking at options like you're trading insurance for that said stock.
Hey guys, I don't know, but from what I've seen, I think that's highly debatable due to the margins on penny stocks and the new wave of investors.
I couldn't hear you. What'd you say there?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
No, I was just saying that it could be highly debatable due to the margins of penny stocks and the new wave of investors.
Well, I'm sure some of the penny stocks are offset by the new wave of investors. I mean, but eventually it's like with everything, as soon as this kind of GME fad falls out, there's a lot of these people that stuck money in for the GME thing that won't ever do this again. So it will kind of go to the wayside. I mean, overall, there's money. If you run algorithms and crap like that, there's money to be made with penny stocks and things like that. But like the other guy said, if you're not diversifying with penny stocks, so basically where you're throwing money in it and just leaving it and hopefully one of them hit kind of thing, if you're the everyday retail investor, it's not really worth your time investing in penny stocks when you can just kind of learn options, and options can give you a lot more ROI than penny stocks can.
Damn, Fabian. That's a $50 super chat. Thank you. He says, keep up the work, guys. Let's go. Fabian Villanueva with $50 on the YouTube chat.
Hey, everybody, round of applause for Fabian.
Seriously. So yeah, hit the like button, guys, if you're listening in and you're enjoying the talk, if you're getting some tips, if you're doing your due diligence, hit that like button. I really want to get into one of these like battery companies, the electric, like I don't know which one to go into yet. I want to.
I'm taking a close look at EOSE. This guy
ELSE.
Zinc batteries. He's talking about how they compete with Tesla's lithium ion.
Oh, EOS Energy. Got it. Develops energy storage systems. It's designed to overcome the limitations of conventional lithium-ion technology. Company was founded in 2008 and headquartered in Edison. Ooh, Edison. That's a great spot. They have a lot of really good Indian restaurants out there. The listed name for EOS is EOS Energy Enterprises, Inc., Class A common stock. Yeah, my mom would take us out either to Jackson Heights we'd go or down to Edison, New Jersey to buy ounces of gold when the price was low. They're installing systems at project sites around the world, including Greece, in collaboration with Motor Oil in Nigeria with neotropical technology. It seems like I wonder if he's the only employee though, this guy, the CEO.
Hey, I'm going to drop a link and helpful links. Everybody in Discord needs to check it out. I've been using it for a while now.
Eric Mason, yeah, it's like 74th and Roosevelt. That's right, Jackson Heights. Pakistani food too. I'm half and half, so like can't forget that.
You said Eric Mason. I went to school with a kid named Eric Mason.
Jackson Heights for the good food.
So that link that I posted, just about anything you want to read up on is in there. All those guys and gals are, world renowned at some point. And some of that information ranges from like the 1920s all the way up to the 2000s.
This is really awesome. Wow.
There.
I put the link in the YouTube chat as well if you'd like to read it.
Thank you for that link. It's really awesome.
Oh, I just saw. Thanks, Fabian. Dope. I'm reheating pizza from the night before because I haven't had breakfast. I know I'm such a winner, so I just stepped away and I didn't see that. But that's
My favorite way to reheat pizza is in a frying pan with the topping side face down.
I've never tried it that way. I'm an air fryer guy.
No, it's actually so good.
Pizza.
Dude, no, trust. It's so lit. The cheese melts and then it gets all crispy and all the toppings get reheated. It's so good.
Used to work at a pizza place. I haven't touched pizza in a long time. I got sick of it.
I love pizza. I want to get a pizza tattoo.
I love pizza.
I've worked at so many
I
pizza
want a
shops.
pizza tattoo.
I really do.
You want to hear the types of pizza I used to make and eat at work? The one was thin crust,
I
very
love
easy on
that.
a sauce, salami,
Yeah.
hot pepper, feta, and yeah, salami, hot pepper, feta, and green olives, and a little bit of garlic on a thin crust was one.
Hell yeah, dude.
And the
It
other one
has to
was
be thin crust. It
the
has
other
to
one
be.
was a thin crust Napolitana, so oil is the base, garlic,
Yeah.
oregano, tomatoes with feta and anchovy, no
I
mozzarella
like
cheese.
basilico.
Ew, anchovies.
I could
I've
get
never
behind
liked
that.
anchovies before working at a pizza place, but now I love them. Like, oh,
They're
they're
alright.
so good on
They're
pizza.
alright.
Yeah, man. I'm Italian, so I love all that Mediterranean style.
I used to work at a big Chicago pizza place where we'd have to make like octopus squid. We'd put that on a pizza. Like it was a artisan Neapolitan style pizza where we even had the brick oven and stuff. And the one of my favorites was like you shave really thin the potatoes and you put them on top with tomatoes and pulled
Pierogi
mozzarella
pizza
cheese.
was one we made too. Yep.
Yep, and then rosemary. But then after we took it out, we would do thinly sliced prosciutto on top, and then we'd take arugula and
Oh,
toss
my
it
lord.
with some olive oil and lemon, and then put that on top of the pizza.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, it's bougie as hell.
Hey guys,
somebody-
not to interrupt, but what was the ticker on that battery company you guys were just talking about?
Was it the EOS one?
Yeah, EOSE. So they're working towards producing a zinc battery. Now the guy, like the CEO, explained in a video that you're not going to see this type of battery in like an electric vehicle because it doesn't have the same power density. But he it's a lot better for the environment as far as like toxic like waste and stuff, and they will have their place, he said. So not quite sure exactly what he's going to be using these for, but he's like, I've been in the energy industry for 30 years and I know what I'm doing. I was like, okay.
Yeah, it's been 20 years, it looks like, is our longest contract. But is it just that one dude that works for the company, or?
No.
Because when I look it up, it said, oh, no, there are others. Okay, because I don't know why it said employees 1. That's incorrect information.
I certainly hope not.
Thank you.
You guys want cheap VR companies if you're into penny stocks?
Wait,
Staying
I
away
thought
from
you're
penny stocks,
against.
man.
Who's against? Okay, one of
No,
you is
I
for
am
and
against
one
penny
is against.
stocks, but if you are going to
Uh-huh.
look into penny stocks, you might as well look into VR.
You confuse me with that, with the vehemently anti-penny stock and then the penny
Oh,
stock.
I am totally against. If you look at my portfolio, I have like maybe 2
Don't buy
penny
penny
stocks,
stocks.
like,
They're risky. Hey, you
minimum
guys
amount of
want to
money.
hear about this cool penny stock?
Let me tell you how much I hate penny stocks.
Oh, by the way, I hate penny stocks.
I'll say
So
it
buy
like this, I
this
hate
one.
penny stocks, but VR and augmented reality intrigue me. So,
Confusing me.
which, although if you think about it, Microsoft already has their foot in the door for that stuff, so they would be the safer bet when it comes to probably augmented reality and stuff like that. I would assume, anyways. But yeah. Like that one I mentioned this morning, data metrics or whatever, that's a penny stock, but suddenly they have found a need with this Reddit thing. So who knows with that one? If it's a sham or if it's actually going to make use of this Reddit stuff and actually help out these companies that trade high volumes throughout the day and want to avoid the volatility of Reddit, or maybe even, I don't know.
Let's see. The rating on EOS Energy. I'm looking at Glassdoor. I like doing that sometimes with these companies and see what the employees say about the CEO. And looks like they got 61% recommendation for the CEO.
You actually want to hear one of my plays for when this the dust settles down, so to speak, and it's not so volatile. Yeah, one of my plans is trying to predict a social media trend, and that's going to be in Blizz, which is that stupid, horrible company. Let me say this: it's a horrible. He spends his investors' money like it's water. Dan Bilzerian, that guy on social media.
Oh, he's horrible. No, it's not
Horrible.
gonna work.
Horrible. So my plan is that I'm gonna put like maybe $1,000, $2,000 in there if I can get on a low. And my plan is gonna be just a prediction plan that he's gonna try to push his stock through his social media like the rest of these bungalows. And yeah, it's gonna be a pump and dump scheme, but I'm gonna try to predict that pump and dump scheme before it happens.
Ignite isn't gonna work. There's so much negative publicity around him, and
Oh, I
like,
know.
and
That's why.
the way that he markets it is so misogynistic.
But
It's
you
like,
best believe he has his followers on social media just like the rest of these guys. So if he starts
It's
pushing it,
true.
and it's a possibility that could
Gross.
happen, that a pump and dump could happen with that.
Didn't
So
he
that's
have
one
a
of
heart attack last year or the year before
I heard.
from
Yeah,
all
he
the
was
partying?
so
Yeah,
much drugs and fucking just yeah.
you gotta be responsible. That's not,
But yeah, that's my. If I'm looking to pump and dump, I'd be looking to buy low there and just wait for the pump and dump. If it happens, whatever. If it doesn't, you try it, kind of thing. But if social media has a big of effect as it's been having, I could totally see that becoming a pump and dump. But yeah, it's a word. He's horrible owner. Like he spends his money. That's how he parties. He spends his money from Ignite to party, pretty much, from my understanding. So, not a company you want to leave your money in. But if you're looking for a pump and dump, it could happen. How many followers does he have on social media? Does anyone know? I know it's
millions.
yeah,
Millions.
like millions. So yeah, that would be my play with that. I think it dropped to around 90 cents today or something, 95 cents.
So I looked at my social media to see 32 point something million on Insta, and of my friends, every single one of my friends that follows him is a dude. There is not one single woman.
Oh my gosh! You just already know that's gonna blow up into a pump and dump scheme at some point.
There's no way you can be if you only have half of the population. If only men are your customers.
I don't have Insta or any of that, or Twitter, or none of that. So I don't like following people for whatever reason. I mean, it's what porn sites are for, I guess.
Yeah. Come on, you gotta like build it up, man. It's the beauty of social media.
God, I don't even use my Facebook. The last time I posted on Facebook was probably like 5-6 years ago. Look it. A little bit too young for MySpace. It's probably like, I don't know, 8 years old when that shit was bumping. Well, I know. It's not relevant though, is it still? Really? MySpace.
I mean,
Wasn't
that's
that
what
like
it was
wasn't that
really
like
used for.
Craigslist kind of thing? Like wasn't that bumping around the same time, or am I have the timeline mixed up? That
But
was
a
bumping
lot
around
of
the same time as
artists
MSN
and
though, right?
musicians used it. Yeah, it was a lot of artists and musicians even back then.
I don't know.
Back when Facebook started, you couldn't get into Facebook if you weren't in
Yes.
college. You weren't in college,
Yes.
so actually MySpace had more users at a certain point than Facebook did.
You needed a college email address.
I think MySpace is popular mainly on foreign countries, not here in the U.S.
There was one more around that
A lot
time.
of people
There
use
was before
WeChat now, no, in foreign countries. Is it like WeChat or? From my understanding.
WhatsApp is the
WhatsApp.
thing.
That,
Oh
that's
yeah,
it.
WhatsApp is the one.
Yeah.
I always use that when I'm traveling internationally. Like, you can call, you can talk. It's really easy.
And that's what got me into Square initially, because I was trying to think, because apparently it's a big problem with these families living in Canada trying to send money back home. It takes days, or the charges on it, or apparently it's ridiculous and stuff. And that's initially why I invested in Square at $70, is because I'm like, they can maybe solve that problem. We'll see. But I ended up selling out. But yeah, that's huge here. Like, people just working and then sending money back home. So there's a big transfer money thing, like a big market for it out there, actually.
Yeah, I think everybody's transferring or migrating from WhatsApp to Signal, which is a new app.
Yeah.
Due to
Signal's
the
been around for a while.
due to the privacy policy that Apple is implementing, and that's hurting Facebook a lot.
Yeah, I've been using Signal for like 3-4 years.
We use Signal a lot too, like not just for like organizing protests and stuff, just so like nobody says anything. And I'm not saying like violent protests, just regular ass protests where people exercise their right to freedom of speech and do everything legally.
For sure.
Elon Musk has a battle with Mark Zuckerberg, I guess, over some kind of issues they had, and he's actually telling people to use Signal instead of WhatsApp. So, yeah. And that's all, based on privacy issues.
I wish I remembered my MySpace info.
If you guys ever watched that Snowden movie, that movie should scare the hell out of you, because that's exactly what happens. Probably still happening.
Did EOS merge with this Riley Principal Merger Corp? Interesting. It said that was supposed to happen fourth quarter of 2020. They apparently were leaving behind venture capital and then let me see if this happened. Yeah, I think they did.
Don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe to Tametheark if you're enjoying the content. Also, if you have any questions or anything, or if you have any suggestions on any possible tickers that you think might be worth looking into, let us know. We're definitely all about information sharing. Obviously, you're all entitled to make the decision you want with your money. But yeah, Eric saying that wheat stocks are soaring. Yeah, we've talked a bit about those, so I think some of them are doing pretty good. CCIV, Max is asking about that one. Let me look up the ticker. Does anybody have any info on that one?
The main reason people want to buy CCIV, they're hoping for a merger, so the price can go up. That's the only thing they're hoping for at this point. Not to mention, though, the stock price is really high for the last year. It's already up 3 times for the year. If that merger doesn't go through, the price is going to go back down, though.
Yeah, you gotta keep in mind any company's gonna see a little bit of growth this year because everyone was at a standstill with the pandemic. So like any company should see a little bit of growth. It's so there's a lot to the stock market right now. It's not just all picking daisies. Was it like it was a month like it was back in March? That was picking daisies time because anything you touched was gold. But now with the volatility and companies, starting to, the pandemic kind of, I don't know if it's coming to the downward trend, but it's definitely not what it was back in March, right? So yeah, it's no longer picking daisies. Like I wasn't even like back in March, I wasn't even missing. I bought something, next week it was up. Like there was no missing back in March. It was ridiculous.
Somebody just posted in the YouTube chat TRCH. I'm gonna look that up, but I haven't heard about that one. Oh yeah, Torchlight Energy Resources. It's right now on TradeView. It's at $1.57. Kenny Hernandez is saying that it's he's in long term on TRCH. Somebody's saying ZOM ZOM is good. I know I have that one, but I don't know what about it off the top of my head. I was reading something earlier, but gotta remember. That's what happens when you get stoned.
Yeah, ZOM is coming out with that true forma in April, I believe. So people are just, stacking up on the stock and, holding until then. I think it's end of March or April. They're rolling out a new product. It has a lot of potential. I think I had 1,500 shares of that at 97 cents or so, and I mistakenly sold it to buy into AMC.
Well, it's not a mistake yet on the AMC. I still have hope. But ZOM, now I remember. Last night I had talked about it. March 30th is the date that they're launching, and they just got a distribution deal with this big veterinarian company that I can't think of the top of my head right now. I'm just trying to get back so I can checking right now. See if I can find that article.
That news came out about 2 weeks or so ago. But they do have a deal with a big distribution company.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very solid company overall. And this is not financial advice, of course.
Yeah, they're coming with it's a therapy that they're developing right now that let me see. Okay, here we go. So there's a surge behind it due to the upcoming launch of Truforma, which is the point of Zomedica's point of care, the POC diagnostic device for the detection of thyroid disease in dogs and cats and adrenal disease in dogs. So they're teaming up with Miller Veterinary Supply, which is their distribution deal for will distribute Truforma. So Miller is the U.S. oldest wholesale veterinary distributor. So that's why there's been an uptick. So check it out. Obviously, you make the best decision for what you've got financially going on. The ticker is ZOM. But yeah, I was reading about that, and as a dog and pet owner, some of the technology they're coming out with is actually pretty cool.
I do also. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. You can go first.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that I also follow a channel, Chartology on YouTube, and this guy really picks out really good companies. If you guys have a chance to check him out, do your own research, of course. Please do so. I was supposed to get into B Square. I don't know if you ever picked up on that one, but it's really up now, and I was supposed to buy in at around $2 or so, but missed the boat because I'm, participating in the movement, of course, and I feel like I am hostage to GME and AMC.
Feel the same way, man. I sold off a lot of stuff that I really didn't want to. I made a lot of good calls through this last year with stock, and there's a lot of stuff I did not want to sell off, but I said screw it. I sold off, and yeah, I bought GME, AMC, and Nokia, and BlackBerry as well. Like I'm like 15 grand deep in a hole right now, holding on. I love it.
Yeah, I kind of diversified a bit, but I'm around 8 grand deep.
Long term, you're fine. All right,
Yeah,
guys.
that's why I'm hoping I can double down when it dips, and I'll be even more fine. So.
Anybody have Discerna? Anybody holding Discerna by chance? Okay.
No, I don't have that one personally. This is a future play here, but it's just come across a few different sites. One is Indeed too. Also, Discord is looking like it's going public. So for the long run, especially how they're looking to branch out into businesses and possibly doing something like Twitch is doing, it'd be something for a long-term portfolio plan.
What ticker is that?
They don't have a ticker yet. It is Discord. It's what we're talking on right now. They just put out 2 days ago position for stock manager, stock administration manager on Indeed. And basically that job position is going to be overall, it's basically end-to-end administration of Discord's global equality plans, including equity grants, option exercises, RSU releases, SPP purchases, and more. So basically, they're going to be overseeing this whole thing. They don't have an IPO release date yet, but it should be. We should hear some things within the next few months here. So it's just something to put on a watch list, guys, right now.
Discord, you're saying?
Yes, correct. And now they're only. Yeah, what we're talking on now, they're only doing what they're doing right now, but you got to understand it's the future of what the company's looking to do. They're looking to basically compete with Twitch, and they're also looking and are in talks of getting their foot in the door when it comes to actual big businesses using the platform like we use to talk to each other. They're trying to get that into the big business area. So
There's a few apps actually that want to go IPO this year. I was hearing Bumble, the dating app was wanting to go IPO, and there's actually a few of them that were looking to get an IPO this year.
Yeah, Bumble's already filed. I have it here. Hold on.
Which I'm not gonna lie, I'd buy stock in that. You know, people are always gonna be looking for friggin' love, I guess.
Yeah, Bumble's coming out to 2 days, 2/11/2021.
Oh my gosh, I'm not gonna have the money.
It's $37 to $39 a share here.
I'll let it flat out then. There'll be a lot of volatility on that when it drops. But
they're offering a lot of shares though, man.
Are they? So I'll probably let it play out for a year then.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, they're offering a lot of shares on the back end, dude. I don't think the evaluation. I mean, I don't know. I don't know of this company. I know there's some kind of dating app, but I don't know how successful they are. So, with the amount of shares that they're putting out there, they're going to have to do multiple buybacks just to be able to get it profitable.
I'd rather put my money in Palantir.
I still want to buy these camel stocks. I don't understand how everyone else is getting on them and I can't.
Oh, the only stock making me money right now is Mavis, MVIS. Almost $640.
Making good money off blow. I love saying that, but yeah, go blow, go.
I've got
I love me the blow.
Oxygen, Afria, Westport, Trillium, Compass Pathways, which is that psychedelic one. CCIV is doing all right. Yeah, those are all, and of course Doge. Doge is carrying things.
I'm up on Organigram. I'm up on Peak FinTech. I'm up on Trip. Obviously, that's inflated the shit. So I don't know about that. I'm up on. I was up on Spectra 7, but that's garbage. Don't listen to that. Up on Neo. Up on Datametrics. Up on Below, and that's it now. Oh, my portfolio looked a lot better before this GME shit.
It's Tuesday. Tuesday's usually a red day.
I'm actually happy OGI's is starting to do good though, because they were down for a long time, like years. Then the pandemic hit, and it was like $2 mark. It's like now it looks like they're growing. I don't see them going back down to that $2 mark really. Not after growing like $3 in a day.
Organigram, OGI, they're doing, yeah. It's their 52-week high today.
I think Facebook's algorithm is broken, or they're listening to Discord or something. They're showing me advertisements about watches that cost $450,000. Their algorithm's completely trash right now.
Oh, buddy, Facebook, all it is for me when I scroll through it is stock. Like, they have nothing for me but stocks. They don't know what to advertise to me. It's hilarious.
They're showing you that watch because you hold so much GME and AMC.
Exactly.
Been searching up watches lately?
I have not searched watches. I went to a thrift store the other day. I saw a watch and I said, "Oh, this watch is worth way more than $2. Let me buy it."
I don't know if you guys ever heard about like I was gonna say when you got the techie glasses on, but that brings me to the point. A couple months ago, Facebook actually signed an agreement with the owner of, I want to say Ray-Bans, and they're working together to make high-tech glasses, like Ray-Ban high-tech glasses.
Well, that's where microvision comes in place.
Microvision? What's that? A company or it's technology?
It's a tech company. Yeah, they focus a lot on radar reveal.
Yeah, it's like Tobii eye tracking technology too. What's it called? The one you mentioned?
Microvision.
Microvision.
Yeah, I'm up like over 10 grand on that one.
Yeah, I found that really cool. Like, I see Microvision. I'll research it for sure. 2.25 billion market cap at $15 too. Like, that's a research. Thank you for that. But yeah, Facebook. Ray-Ban plans on moving towards high-tech glasses with Facebook, so that's huge too.
Yeah, this one is a long hold for me because I do believe it's going to be acquired. There's an acquisition being entertained, but this is not financial advice.
Be looking to buy them out, if anything, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's not financial advice, but that's what I believe in.
I mean, they're down on the year for their revenue, and their revenue is only 63. Like, yeah, you do your research for sure, but I'm like that too with certain companies. I'll buy into them and just hold, just in case, just because I know buyouts happen all the time. Like that's the easiest way for these guys to advance. Microsoft and these guys is let the small guys do the work, come in and swoop them up. That's it.
The CEO of that company is Sumit Sharma, and he was the head of Project Glass at Google. I did quality assurance for Glass back in 2014.
Microvision. I'm definitely gonna research that. I might be able to get it lower though. I'm feeling just by looking at it, but I don't know.
Is this MVIS?
MVIS, yeah. See, these are type of stocks I like to hear about because you don't hear about them. You don't like that. Those are the stocks I look for. I look for the stocks you don't hear about. This is like a type you don't hear about.
Max is asking about GNUS. I looked it up. It's the Genius Brand International Inc. Anybody have any insight on that?
It's on my watch list. I don't remember though.
TradeViews is saying it's a strong buy.
Yeah, I had it on my watch list.
It has 20 employees, 177 shareholders. Hold on, let me see if I can find out.
Genius Brands was supposed to be like a kids network like a television thing or like cartoons, and like a while ago I bought that and I was up, and then they had a public offering and I got fucked.
Yeah, it looks like it engages in developing, producing, marketing, and licensing branded children's entertainment properties and consumer products for media distribution and retail channels. The firm acts as a licensing agent for certain brands such as Llama Llama, Psycho Bunny,
What the heck is a psycho?
right? And Solence Technologies. The company was founded January 2nd, 2006, and the headquarters are in Beverly Hills,
I mean,
California.
it also says here, it also shows Warren Buffett's Secret Millionaires Club, an animated series for kids. So that would lead me to believe that Warren Buffett might have a little bit of money into it. But at the same time, I don't mess with entertainment because of Disney. The fact that Disney owns 90% of everything, yeah, I'm good for entertainment in the States. I know where all the money is.
Yeah, I mean, this stock is at $2.14 right now. It's up.
I can't moved forever. Like it's been there for like over a year now. I wouldn't really fuck with that unless you get some solid news.
I don't trust any entertainment stock in the States just because you have Apple getting their foot in the door, and you have Amazon, you have so many companies, man. And then on top of it, they get their entertainment from the internet now too, right? So
Yeah, there's a lot of competition in general with the entertainment business.
it's insane for the States. Like if you're gonna look at like even other countries, you can't because they get all their entertainment from the States as well. I don't watch Canadian television or news. Like, are you kidding me? That's the most boring crap I've ever seen.
But Disney acquired the best of the best. They got what, Star Wars, Lucasfilm, right? They have Marvel, and all the other contents they have under the belt.
Disney has everything. Like it's not
Yeah,
an exaggeration.
it's crazy because I called it back in March. I'm like, when they rolled out that Disney Plus, I'm like, okay, Netflix better get this shit straight because Disney provides excellent content.
No, I feel like kids are watching YouTube more than they watch TV.
100%. My little brother's on YouTube watching esports all day long, like Minecraft.
Or they're either gonna play games or they're gonna watch YouTube. Like TV's over with.
Max G is saying that that GNUS has some connection to Marvel and Stan Lee. Can anybody elaborate, or does anybody else have any?
No.
Okay, so right now, what I have for what Disney owns, I swear they own more than this. Yeah, more items. Here we go. Hold on here. So ABC, ESPN, they have an 80% stake. Touchstone Pictures, Marvel, Lucasfilm, A&E, The History Channel, Lifetime, Pixar, Hollywood Records, Vice Media, Core Publishing, Star Wars, The Muppets, Marvel Cinematic Universe, Disney Princesses, whatever, The Chronic of. This is just, I guess, all the film stuff. Marker Studios, Steamboat Ventures, dozens of malicious property companies. Oh my lord!
Yeah,
so DreamWorks, HBO. I was right about HBO. They own HBO, Warner Brothers, DC Comics, the CW, AOL. So they own everything, man. They own American media.
Own the TV.
They're a conglomerate. That's how they're categorized.
I want to see one thing. Do they own the Oprah Winfrey Network? Let's see.
They own everything, for real.
So I'd like to share a little bit of my history with you guys. Back when I was living back in New York, when the iPhone rolled out, back in the Steve Jobs days, I started getting into app development, and I created a platform to reinvent the business of social expressions, which is the greeting card industry and gift cards. And I socialized the platform to a point where I even created a marketplace and had over 50,000 submissions of arts of work, which is greeting cards, digital greeting cards, and grew the network to like 3,000 users. And I had reached out to many companies, one of them being Disney. And I did get their attention. They did review my product, and I almost got it acquired. Unfortunately, there was a conflict of interest, and that's the reason why nothing happened. And I was working as a server at the time at a diner, and I just couldn't bootstrap the project anymore, so I had to shelve it.
Wow.
Yeah, Disney doesn't even list everything they own, because if you actually specifically search up if they own a piece of the Oprah Winfrey network, they actually do. They own like a big percentage, 25 or 30%, I think it was. What was it? There it is. Oh wow! Of course, I just clicked exit. Wow.
Okay, I've been
There it is.
reading just real quick, I've been reading about GNUS, and it looks like recently they acquired Chiscom Limited and Chiscom Beacon Media. And so they're planning on releasing a new, which is the number one largest media buyer within the age group of 2 to 11. So they just acquired that company. They also are about to have an animated series called Shaq's Garage, which is Shaquille O'Neal's playing the main role as becoming the investor in GNUS.
That didn't work for Mike Tyson. I don't think it's gonna work for Shaq.
Shaquille O'Neal is different though than
I
Shaquille.
hated that Mike Tyson cartoon. Oh.
Right, but Shaquille is different than Mike Tyson. Shaquille, like, it's just there's something about Shaquille O'Neal. He's a sweet guy and he's funny. The other thing is that they also have Stan Lee's Superhero Kindergarten. So that's the other show that's the
Which
connection.
Disney would be getting a cut of since they own Marvel. If it's anything to do with Stan Lee, Disney gets a piece of it. So this shows you how much Disney
Right.
actually is.
But if they're with Disney, then that means it's probably going to do well because Disney's such a big conglomerate.
Well, no, it's just Disney taking their small piece of the little guy.
Right.
The little guy trying to get relevant through
It would
Disney.
still be in their interest, though, for profit's sake.
Is
that
Disney
does
and
well.
spending money on
Yeah.
advertisements the way I look at it, but
Is Disney producing the movie Dune, or is it Warner Brothers?
I think Disney owns Warner Brothers, if I'm not mistaken. I think the only company right now that did not accept a buyout from Disney was Paramount, if I'm not mistaken. And they're actually looking to, I may be mistaken, do the research, but Paramount's looking to get their streaming service up going this March. But I think they're like the only one that didn't accept a buyout from Disney.
I seen that, the Paramount Plus thing.
I love Paramount movies too. Like I grew up on them. Like so, if they're gonna try to save film and make sure, you know, they keep it original and the way it's intended and not like just pump out content for the hell of money, then I love that about Paramount. But do your research. I don't know if they're owned. I don't think they're owned by Disney, but yeah.
Breaking news. So, you guys may see that Tesla stock will be going down this week, and stocks like NIO are going to go up because Chinese regulators are staring down on Tesla because of some problems with the cars.
Yeah, I called it.
So, keep an eye on NIO.
I just sold 50 stocks in NIO though to buy in GME last week. I'm so pissed, but that's why I bought NIO, because I was researching Lucid, I was researching Workhorse, Nikola, and I'm like, where do I put my money? Where do I put my money? I researched NIO. I'm like, backed by the Chinese government. I'm like, incentives, conflict of interest, perfecto. Thank you, sir. $3 a share. Take my money. I'm happy. Obviously, they want their control in China. They don't want Tesla in China. They're going to do everything they can to tax the hell out of Tesla cars, get their people to buy new cars. It's competition, 100%. Seen that a mile away.
They'll make it illegal so you can only drive a fucking Neo car.
Oh, yeah. The States did it for the longest time with Skylines and Nissans. You had to wait how many years to get that into the country and actually drive it? You guys couldn't buy a Skyline for the longest time in the States. Same with, I forget the other cars. Yeah. So obviously it's going to happen with other countries where it's like, yeah, you're not buying this Tesla or you're not buying this or that. And that's why my next EV company I was actually looking at was Renault, French company in France, who's big on regulation for when it comes to climate change. They're pretty much the ones that actually started this conversation of climate change, from what I understand. So I was looking heavily into Renault, and I heard they have dividends as well. So if you want my next EV play, it's Renault.
Side note on the Skyline deal, it was because of safety and emissions testing. That's the reason why.
What I mean, that's why like it's so hard to picture other EV companies flourishing in states when you have you do have people attached to like Chrysler and Ford, and they might buy those EVs over Tesla. Who knows? Like I don't see them going to new car companies in the states. I personally don't see it. Like I see them. That's why Tesla was smart and got their name a brand like a brand name quick. Like it took them years, but it is technically a brand name now. So, but I don't see people moving away from brand names. I still see them buying, their Fords or their Chargers and all this if they want EV. I still see them buying that. I still see a huge market there. That's why I mentioned the Delaris or whatever the hell we were talking about this morning that bought up Chrysler or whatever this year.
One more thing, and I'll be done on it. It also dealt with gray market imports as well. You could buy the same model or better model cars from across, ocean, whatever, in another country for cheaper and ship it over here. I think it was Mercedes that complained and cried about it, and that's what got the regulations changed over for that, so that you can't do it. And it's 25 years, and you can just bring it over. It doesn't matter anymore.
To be quite honest, the EV market is hot right now and all that. I did miss the Tesla boat and the NIO boat as well, but I'm actually looking into the future, and I think that what's going to dominate the EV market is actually the software industry. Hardware, it's expensive.
Driving in that, yep.
Yeah, and who I'm looking at, is actually Google, because Google has the upper hand. They have maps, they have perfected maps for years.
That's why I was looking at Nokia, to tell you the truth, a year ago, because they have the same technology, and apparently they're on par with Google for a long time with their mapping technology.
Exactly. I think that Apple shouldn't develop an actual vehicle. It's not their forte. They shouldn't. It's not their strength.
Limited, they can't release it 1,000. It has to be 100 to very select people to kind of build a buzz around it.
It's not their strength. I mean, the Apple EV car would be like a fucking Lamborghini. Like, who's gonna pay?
Doing that. Look at the new cars. They're beautiful. They're ridiculously beautiful. They're like the luxury cars of EVs.
But they're not. They wouldn't be as expensive as an Apple. EV, so
I also think too, as like a consumer, like if I have to choose between an Apple car or like say a actual company that's been making cars for hundreds of years, I'm probably gonna go with the company that's been doing it for a lot longer.
And if Lambo or someone decides to start sticking electric motors in their cars or whatever, then people are still obviously gonna go Lambo over Apple too. They should definitely not go electric. I think that was just a ploy for them just to get some hype around their stock and get it going again, because it has been hovering around that $100 mark or whatever since they split. No, because they split back in August, I think, 4-for-1 if I'm not mistaken, and then it completely lost buzz. Apple completely lost buzz. So that's what I think that was.
On the other hand, though, if Apple did a car and say the cloud network of it worked exactly how their cloud network works now, with how easy it is to use their iPhones and Macs and stuff, for me as a musician, I'd love that, because that'd be dope to be like, hey, yeah, all my music that's on my laptop, I can access it from my car, and I don't even have to mess around with the Bluetooth or anything. It's all already in there or something. I could see them doing that, and for me as a Apple consumer, I'd buy into that just because it's so
they'd make more money just actually teaming up with a company like Tesla and making the dashboard Apple. They'd make a hell of a lot more money instead of just building a car. Already established, 100%.
Yeah.
They'd make a hell of a lot more money than just going a car.
I don't know. I don't like Apple personally because its lack of customization. If you use Android or something, you can modify your phone. If you use a gasoline car, you can modify your parts pretty easily. At least Tesla's allowing people to customize the trucks. So we'll see what Apple does. If Apple doesn't allow customizations, then you have to go to them for repairs. It's gonna be very little amount of customers.
If I was Apple, that's how I'd get on the EV game. Like, if you notice a lot of cars, they have Boise stereo systems, this and that. I would
Yeah.
just make the dashboard and that side of things just like
'Cause
Apple. That's how I would get on a
I'll
game if I was them. I wouldn't
I'll
build a
be
whole car.
I'll be real. I got a phone when I was 16 years old. I'm gonna be 34 this year, and I have been team Android and Samsung up until actually November of 2020 because I I saw a deal on the iPhone 11. The only reason I switched is because I'm a DJ and I worked a lot with Macs in terms of music production and stuff. So like I wanted to try out the iPhone because I had the newest Samsung and it's just a pain in the butt to be able to transfer music files back and forth. And so I tried the Apple iPhone for a bit, and honestly it made it easy. I mean, I even had a Samsung Watch that I
Well,
switched
I
over
had
now
the
to
same
iPhone.
iPhone SE for like I think 7 years, no problems, no cracks, nothing. Like that iPhone SE was the
But
best phone I ever had, and I just bought a new one this year, the new gen.
I do love I personally I'll say this. Apple, the best thing Apple has is how everything communicates. Any Apple product communicates with one another. That's the best thing they got going for them. Otherwise, I prefer Android. I feel like I enjoyed being able to customize my phone way more on Android, and I could do a lot more things on Android. So
You can
but
unlock your iPhone if you know how, and you can do all that too on an iPhone.
yeah. I just haven't gotten around to it because I don't like I said, I just got the iPhone in November and I'm still working on figuring it out because it's so like not when when you've been Android, like it's kind of weird going from having freedom to do whatever you want to like having to work
Mhm.
with how they do it. So I'm still not 100% on it, but I will say it is really convenient, especially like if I film like a video on my phone and want to put audio to it. It is a lot easier within the Apple sharing network
Yeah,
because
we
I
were
did.
talking about the Bluetooth of the car and stuff. Sorry to cut you off, but the Bluetooth of the car. I think that's why everyone's hyped up on BlackBerry right now because they're going hardcore on autonomous driving and the Bluetooth systems of these EVs and stuff like that. I think that's why people are going hard. I might be mistaken though, but that's why they're going hardcore on BlackBerry right now. Is for that reason.
I think that as far as the physical platform, which is the vehicle, NIO and Tesla are going to take the market. When it comes down to the operating system in the vehicle, it's between Apple and Google.
You got to read up on Volkswagen too because they're not a dumb car company. They are very smart, and I don't know where they're heading with their autonomous, but they're definitely looking into it.
Well, as we all know, Tesla is probably the EV car manufacturer that is dominating the space.
A lot of people think it
No.
was in a short squeeze though too because of the amount it was getting shorted, and then the amount has shot up in the last few years. And then because they split,
Yeah.
that's also the other split that happened with Apple. Tesla split 4-1 as well, and then shot right back up to where it was at pretty much because it was at like $1,500 back in August, I want to say, and then they did a split 4-for-1, and now it's like back up to $700 already. It is crazy, and no one can understand how they make their money. I don't. Their production is way more than their actual, the money they make.
All right, guys, I'm gonna hop out. I gotta pick up my son from school.
Okay.
Take
Have
it
a good day.
easy.
Thanks for chatting. Diamond
If someone
Hand.
actually does know how Tesla makes their money, I would love to hear. Just saying. So I know they're smart. I know he's very smart at funding, and very smart at doing a project and making it cost very little. And his tunnels being an example.
Let me
He literally-
explain how. The
Thank
U.S. government printing money and giving them the grant. If they never got the grant from the U.S. government, Tesla would not be a company today. That's a real fact that you have to pay
So
attention
is
to.
it like inflated to shit and it's really not worth $700 a stock, or is it just really ahead of itself and it will eventually be worth way more than the $700 a stock? It's just a little inflated because it is worth something, kind of thing, or is it coming back down? Do you think?
Keep in mind, Tesla was split, so the real value of the stock went back down to $100.
So it's probably worth more like $2,000 now.
People were confused. Retail investors confused. They just bought it up because they saw the price was $100. A lot of people don't know about the split and the real volume of the Tesla stock. You know, Tesla's market cap is almost $800 billion right now. The price to earnings ratio is well over 1,700. So the price is 1,700 more than what they're earning as a company, which is highly unrealistic to sustain.
It's why I think they're in a short squeeze, but I don't know.
You can't say they're in a short squeeze if you don't know the short interest ratio. But
No, you don't exactly.
Don't
all
know.
I know is.
I know you're new, I know you're new to investing, so don't just throw around the word short squeeze. That's highly misleading.
I'm not new to investing. I was saying that because it's a known fact that Michael Burry was heavily shorting the stock for years. It's a known fact that he personally is totally against Tesla. He comes out on Twitter and says it. And
Do you have an article to back up that?
yeah,
That's
let me look for it.
accurate. That's
No,
accurate.
shorting
Maybe not
and
be
short
accurate
squeeze are
right
not
now.
accurate.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Is
Short
that
squeeze means the price is going to go down, then skyrocket. I don't see Tesla skyrocketing even more right now.
No, I said it's in the midst of a short squeeze. It's in a short squeeze. Is what I was saying. So I'm saying, is it going to crash, and when is my question. But at the same time, even if it's in a short squeeze, I don't see it crashing. If they up their production and actually start pumping out cars and selling more, they might catch up to their price to earnings ratio. So.
Since you keep saying short squeeze, can you elaborate and tell us the short interest ratio of Tesla for the past year?
Like I said before, that knowledge is not exactly viewable because they don't have to disclose it. So give me a sec though. It says right here, he's known for shorting. Or no, hold on, 1 second.
Yeah, people can short it. I can go short a stock, but it doesn't mean it's short squeezing. It doesn't mean they're gonna make the price go.
No. When
to
this
the
guy
moon.
short stuff, you're talking. He's shorting it in the $1 million range. Like he's not dealing with pennies.
I know $1 million. That's nothing compared to billion. That's like a penny
like,
on $1,000.
I say millions. I'm not talking million. Like I don't know how much he scores short squeeze, but this is the same dude that short squeezed the housing pandemic, or sorry, shorted the housing pandemic with billions of dollars. So if he shorted Tesla, he definitely didn't do it with no chump change.
Well, when he did the housing market, that was a trick. He used insurance policy, which is not available anymore. It's not like a regular short.
I'll post the article in general.
I'm waiting for Discerna to drop more. I want to buy it. Discerna. It's going.
What's Discerna?
Discerna develops like mRNA like vaccines and stuff. Its rating's like 100% buy, but it's been a little high and I want it to come down so I could buy some.
I see.
He's even tweeting out like in broad daylight, telling everybody to sell Tesla. He is shorting Tesla to the max. You best believe.
He wants people to sell because he
Burry's
lost
certainly
a lot
not
of
alone,
money.
given that Tesla is the most shorted stock in the world with total short interest of more than 22 billion, according to the S3 partners. So I don't know. I might be getting my knowledge from stupid places, but you know. 22 billion. It's definitely in a short squeeze right now, in the midst of one. It's not like it's gonna boom, but it's definitely short squeeze right now. That's why it's $700 and whatever for a stock after a split.
If you talk to Michael Burry now, he would have told you that GameStop squeezed at 450. That the squeeze
Probably
is
that's
over.
he's the reason why this GameStop shit happened too. He probably needed to make his money back off Tesla that he lost, because Elon Musk is literally a smart fuck. He got people to buy and short squeeze it without people knowing it's a short squeeze. And that's just me, just speculation.
But yeah, some people are speculating that the reason Tesla bought Bitcoin and announced it on the news is to distract from their Chinese regulation problems. If China does kick Tesla out, like, and supports NIO as being the auto workhorse, they can do that with a lot of ease.
They'll lose a lot of their European market too, because if you think about it, Volkswagen's moving heavy on the European market, heavy as well, and they're already an established car company. They're good. They have production. They have everything they need. They just need to get the kinks of the technology worked out, which they have the money to do so. Like, let's be real, it's Volkswagen. And I don't think people realize that, like, how irrelevant American cars are in the European market.
It's true.
Very irrelevant.
If
in the
you
European
if you
market.
travel to Europe, you see that.
Yeah. So that's why, like, I don't like EVs with the American market right now. Tesla, yeah. Even then, though, like, is it worth 700? It's very hard to say. But besides that, like, like GM, they might even come into some setbacks, and they could even drop to like that $20 range. Who knows? So. Why you got the balls to short Tesla or no?
So,
whoever was talking before.
So here's the thing about shorting Tesla
It's
and stocks now. When you publicly announce you're going to short Tesla and you give a dollar amount, the CEO or PR of that company can release something out to the news, the media, and really mess up your chance of shorting a company.
Would you have the balls to short it right now,
That
or
is
you say right away kind of thing?
I personally don't compete with government officials. I don't compete with Nancy Pelosi. I don't compete with Joe Biden. I don't compete with Yellen.
Well, I'm
Treasury.
the same way. If the government's on it, I'm on it.
I know Nancy Pelosi owns shares of Tesla personally, so why would I want to compete against somebody that has that much
now,
power?
Owns shares
and
personally, or is it more of like option trading she's doing, where she's getting at 700, sell, wait for it to drop?
She owns shares.
She owns shares, yeah. Yep.
That's why she's pushing all the cars in California to be EV as well. Technically it's insider trading on one level, but at another level it's a country trying to make progress and go from fossil fuel to fully electric. That's why Tesla can succeed. They can always keep getting government grants. They can get special government subsidies. So if somebody has a Tesla, they can get tax credits, for example. All kinds of stuff.
Yep, competition is just your biggest... The guy that they gotta look out for the most, really.
Even though Tesla isn't earning a lot compared to the stock price, they can still sustain themselves by being in bed with politicians.
Oh yeah, I think of them though too as like they've honestly had a very good ride with not a lot of competition, and the reason for that is I think is because people totally threw electric vehicles out of the road after that hybrid buzz that happened in the mid 2000s. It's like 2004 to 2000. There was that little bit of hybrid buzz if you remember, and then completely went away overnight pretty much. I feel like, but yeah, like Tesla went a long time without competition. Like probably like when did they start making cars? Well, I want to say what 2010 or 2009. Do you know?
Sorry, I dozed off. You said something about 2010?
Do you know when Tesla started making cars exactly? Like when they actually pumped out their first cars?
I don't recall. I'll have to check, but I know their first cars were more like luxury cars.
I think. Let's see. It was before that because 2008 I drove a Tesla and the Roadster was out way before that. So the Roadster came out first and the price tag on that was like 125 grand. You would see that around SF a lot because tech people would drive these Roadsters. And then the Model S came out, I'd say around 07-ish.
Holy, that's even sooner than I thought. They've gone a long time without competition. The competition is just now starting, so we'll see how that plays out with Tesla. But
I believe Tesla's been around since the
never
early
mind.
2000s. I think the Roadster came out in like 2004.
Oh,
no,
I'm
2004 is when Elon got in on Tesla.
Incorrect. 2012 was when the S came out. I don't know why I was confusing those dates. That's correct. 2012. That's right.
No, I was talking about the Roadster.
The
little
Roadster
one.
came out. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
that came out
Roadster
way
came out
earlier.
with. Yeah. Yeah, I
We'll see
remember
how
seeing the
competition
Roadster.
does for them. This is where the man gets separated for boys in Elon Musk's case. See how he does.
Yeah. The first generation was 2008. That's what I was confusing the dates with.
All right, so I looked it up, and Nancy Pelosi's husband, he invested between $500,000 up to $1 million into 25 call options for Tesla stock at a strike price of $500 until March 2022. His name is on there for the options.
A strike price, that's the price you will buy it at once it hits, or do I have that wrong? Probably have it wrong. Okay, what's the strike price?
That's very Canadian of you.
Sorry.
You know, it's like the price that your call option can be exercised at. So he's really betting that Tesla will not go below $500. Anything above $500, and he's going to make profit because he can exercise his options at $500 per share, or he's probably going to sell his options. We'll see.
That's what I would assume. It's like you might as well sell them now, and then. But I don't know. It's very hard. It's very hard to judge Tesla. Like Elon Musk just has to go on Twitter, and they get a new market cap evaluation the next day. Like it's insane.
Copy that.
Tesla does crash though. Like they're not going to be screwed, but their stockholders will. They're going to be left bag holders.
So I did pick up some Churchill right at 31. I wanted to get it at $30, but I got it at 31.
Churchill? What's that?
Churchill, remember they're the ones that are in the talks to buy Lucid, and we just mentioned the whole Saudi thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, read into the Saudis, man. They're actually amazing what they're doing over there now. I love how they're trying to change things, like with the way they view women and all of that, man. It's just such a big step what they're doing.
It's about
I love what they're
time.
doing.
But there's a lot of human rights violations going on.
Like
and
what
it's
I heard
really
a couple of years ago when they're just allowing women to get driver's license now, I was like, what the fuck? Come on.
It's
like, are you serious?
outrageous.
I know.
But the thing is that if you talk to Saudi women, like on their own property in their own towns, they'll drive. But so it's like really strange how there's like this religious segment of like and how much control they have over the politics. It's kind of similar to how in the United States we have like the evangelical lobby has a lot of control over the policies that are actually put into place. It's similar. It's similar in that like the Wahhabi like sort of really rigid right wing, I can't even remember what they're called right now. It's like the ministry of something. They have so much control over, but now the new guy who's in, I mean, he had an EDM concert in Saudi Arabia like last
man,
year.
he seems like a straight baller from my understanding.
It still doesn't negate the fact that there's a lot of like messed up shit that goes on there, and what they're doing in Yemen, and the type of like control they have over. It's just a lot of like covert stuff happening. It's not cool.
I just like that, they're looking towards the future now, and to me, like I don't know, to me they're actually paying attention to their people and trying to better their people. It's from my understanding, but I may be wrong. Who knows? Look at Korea. Then they had a huge front apparently for the longest time. Officials would come and they'd put on a show, and
yeah.
but I don't think it's like that in Saudi. I don't know. I've never been there. I just hear good things right now.
I have some friends
WWE
that
wanting to
live
go
there.
there and stuff, and UFC in Dubai and all this stuff. I think it's huge for them, right? Trying to bring
Well,
entertainment to there, and
it depends, on how much progress. Yeah, and allowing like movie theaters, or maybe allowing women to finally attend like football matches and sports. There's still a long way to go. And the thing is, right, right.
I think they were because of Khabib. Like Khabib, you don't understand how big Khabib is over there, man. Khabib is huge for the Muslim religion, like huge following. Like
Right.
I will put my money on it, and all the money I have, that UFC has a bigger following with Arabic and Muslim audience as compared to America. I would put my money on it.
All I know is that for a lot of people who live there in Saudi Arabia, when they come to the United States, they go to France, they go to London. When they leave during the summer, and especially during Ramadan, you'll see that they live a different sort of lifestyle outside of there. So it's about time that they have some sort of like, they stop the dual identities that exist currently.
Done Ramadan once, man. I can do it if I can drink water, but that's not Ramadan. That's not fasting. That's cheating.
You can do it. You can do it. I did it for
I
many.
used to work with a Muslim guy, and I felt bad for him. Like, you know what? I'm fasting today.
Honestly, it helps.
I made it to like I think 6 hours in. Like I didn't eat any food all day, but I made it 6 hours in, and then I needed water. I was like, okay, I give it.
Mind over matter, and it really helps regulate your what is it? Your I can't
Metabolism?
think right. Exactly. Your metabolism. It
Like, I
really
don't eat breakfast
does.
anymore or anything like that. I usually fast during the day. Like I'll drink water still. But like right now, I haven't eaten yet today. I woke up about 7 o'clock, and I've yet to eat today. But I'll eat huge in about an hour or two, probably. So I'm not Muslim though, not one bit. But
Yeah, it's good for you. It's healthy.
it is.
It's a fact.
Helps your blood sugar kind of calm down and regulate, and it's good for a lot of things.
Yep.
That's why too. Some people say a good diet is actually like eating the same thing for like a week straight instead of like eating this and that and that. You know, you stick to the same thing for a week and you let your body digest it, get used to it, as long as it's healthy or whatever. And apparently that's a very good diet as well. Just eating the same thing. It might be boring, but it's apparently very good for the body.
Mm.
I used to work with a guy from Russia. And the first thing he said to me when he came here, he's like, when I came here and I looked around, he's like, I've never seen people so fat. Like
I
just
mean,
straight out
it's
of
all
his
that
mouth.
processed
He's like in
foods.
Russia.
It's
He's like in
terrible.
Russia, you will not see that. Like in Russia, you will not see a fat person like that. Nowhere.
I
He
mean, look at
says.
the history. Like,
You know, it trips you out when you sit there, like, just watch all the people, like, back when things were actually open. You sat and watched all the people that went to McDonald's. It was fucking ridiculous.
Think about it's even worse now because they have McDonald's delivered to their door. It's even
oh
twice
my
as bad.
God, it's so true. Crumbs, can you talk more? I love hearing you talk. It makes me so like chilled out.
I'll try my best.
That's why I want to. That's why I want to pile money into Waiter right now because I see this Uber trend and I'm looking at Waiter at like $3 or something. I'm like, I might as well take my chance. If people are going to continue using Uber, there's not going to be enough delivery drivers and a certain service to cover everybody's needs. Like Waiter will be a thing if they do take over the delivery service with Uber and all this. Waiter will become a need, I think, but I think the market's just too big for it not to. unless people actually stop using that shit. Like, I don't like it. I don't use it really. Like, I'd rather just go out and get my food or cook it myself. But that's just me. But I don't see people being like that. I see them liking convenience and it getting delivered right to their door. But yeah, I had to sell out a waiter. I was so pissed. GME.
MC in the YouTube chat. You are right. They did. They killed a U.S. journalist, Khashoggi. Saudis are effed up. The government, at least, is effed up.
Yeah,
that happened a few
that's
years
usually the
ago.
way it works. It's not the people, it's the government.
Saudi's trippy. It's like those super rich dudes. Look up this thing. It's crazy. It's called Dubai Portaporty, and it's real shit.
So this is a Dubai thing or a Saudi thing?
Well,
You
that
said
reporter
Dubai.
thing happened during the.
I don't know. Is that those are two different places?
That reporter thing
Yes.
happened during the WWE
Yes.
event, no? That was actually not too long
Khashoggi,
ago.
that happened in Turkey. They did it in Turkey. They killed him,
Mm.
I think, in Istanbul. And he worked for the Washington Post. So yes, Dubai is a emirate that is part of the United Arab Emirates. And Saudi Arabia is a kingdom. It's the kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In the UAE, you have emirs over each of the emirates, and they have a lot of tourism, and there's no like dress code or anything like that. You can buy alcohol. It's very different from Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is just beginning its like tourism industry. It's still not just allowed. Like UAE, you could go as an American, and with most passports, aside from Corona, you could travel there, and it's a visa waiver country, and you could just go in and they'll give you 30 days or 60 days, you know, like no problem as a tourist. Saudi Arabia, you cannot just go like that.
Oh, okay, I got
Dubai is like a big tourist destination for a lot of Europeans and Americans, but mainly Europeans because it's like a seven-ish hour flight from Europe. Oh, also big connecting airport. So a lot of flights connect through Dubai to all over the world.
I think I got them confused because they both got super fucking rich people.
You know what's interesting though is that when you go to the UAE, you are not going to really see too many Emiratis. You'll see like 80% of the population is foreigners. So there are people that are there working. It's also a big center for finance and real estate. And I think with Saudi Arabia, it's mainly like the Americans there are like because we have military bases there.
Right, so Saudi Arabia is the spot where they have those outrageous laws, right?
Yes, they do. Another place where there's a lot of army bases is Kuwait. And Kuwait is also a country where it's like dry. Alcohol is not allowed. And the Americans mainly stay on bases, though you'll see them sometimes in the malls. That's one thing that's consistent around the Gulf states is mall culture is big. Like people, that's where they hang out at the mall. It's air conditioned when it gets super hot. That's where people go. There's like ice skating, there's skiing at the mall. There's like huge aquariums, you know, like just mall culture is where it's at.
Yeah, I guess a big move for the leader of Saudi, what he actually did was he put in successful reforms, which included regulations restricting the powers of the religious police, and the
There you
removal of the
go.
ban on female drivers, and he weakened the male guardianship system, which I guess would
Yeah.
be the way the male look at females in the country, which is disgusting. But
Well, they literally had an app that if you're like a woman is your guardian and you traveled, if you used your passport outside, it would give an alert like to the dude like through the app. It's like nuts. There was a one woman, it was trending on Twitter when she tried to like leave the country and they like tried to prevent her, and it's through this app. It's like just
yeah, I don't
nuts.
remember the one little girl. She was honestly like 12 or something when she started to speak up for women's rights. I can't remember if it was in Saudi, but yeah, she got shot straight in the head. She was like 13 years
You're
old trying to
talking
speak up.
you're talking about Malala. She's Afghan.
She's Afghan? Yeah, okay.
Completely different
Yeah, so like I
area.
said, I didn't know if she was
Culture.
actually from around there or not, but still the same idea of the way they view women. So
Well, her dad didn't. I mean, her dad empowered her. It's just that what happened in Afghanistan is that the United States government started supporting, like, and giving funds to the people that were like actually